Thank you for joining the January Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility.
Priscilla, hold on for 1 second.
Okay.
I'm just gonna let guess in. Okay, go ahead.
Should I start from the beginning? Okay, at this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual settings for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. I'll now take a roll call of the members to begin this meeting. Ms. Downs.
Present.
Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. First item on the agenda, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the December 16th, 2021 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Extenet Systems Incorporated for the placement of small cell wireless facilities on select street light poles within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This request is for a slight amendment to a transaction approved by the board in July of 2021. As background, there are a significant number of street poles in the 150-acre Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park campus. Extenet provides services to telecommunication providers by installing and maintaining small cell wireless facilities on light poles throughout the city of Boston. Extenet then charges a fee for cell phone companies to utilize these small cell wireless facilities. In 2017, Extenet entered into an agreement with the city of Boston to utilize hundreds of light poles owned by the city and located throughout the city. The transfer of signals from pole to pole allows for better cell coverage for the companies and the customers, but it also reduces the need for the large cell towers that have been prevalent over the past few decades. In July, the board authorized the use of 6 light poles in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park by Extenet for a 10-year term with a 5-year extension. The board authorized a fee of $2,500 per pole for up to 5 years, or until such time that the streets within the Marine Park are formally transferred to the City of Boston, which is underway. Upon transfer of the streets, the lease with Extenet would terminate, and Extenet would negotiate with the city to include the subject light poles into the existing agreement. The $2,500 fee greatly exceeds the rate charged by the City of Boston, which is currently $531 per pole, plus 5% of gross revenue generated per pole. However, the uncertainty of the precise timing of the street transfer makes both revenue and expenditure forecasting less than ideal for both Extenet and BPDA. Proposing today that the business model be adjusted slightly as follows. Extenet will agree to pay the $2,500 fee for a 3-year period. Thereafter, for a period of 7 years, or until the City of Boston accepts full ownership of the streets, the fee will mirror the rate charged by the City of Boston, projected to be $563 in January of 2025, and will escalate at a rate of 1.5% annually. BPDA will also receive 5% of gross revenue generated per pole during that transition period. During the next 3-year period, BPDA will be guaranteed $45,000 in revenue, but we also believe that the ultimate conversion to the rate charged by the City of Boston will ease the transfer of the streets. And we really do not view this as much as a revenue generator per se, as much as an infrastructure investment. With 250,000 square feet of new building recently completed and in excess of an additional 2.5 million square feet of development approved or proposed in the Marine Park, the enhanced cell service within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park will benefit both current and future employees and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I have a quick question, Madam Chair. Are these streetlights owned by the city of Boston now?
They are not. They're owned by BPDA.
BPDA owns the streetlights, and
Some are owned by Eversource, some are owned by BPDA.
at any point, we going to own the small cells systems there that they're putting on them?
No, that is not the intent, Mr. Monahan. The cell will always be owned by Extenet, but they will be, our business agreement will be transferred to the city because the city will take title to the land on which they sit.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Newport Construction Corporation for temporary use of 20 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park for construction materials laydown and construction vehicle staging. Dennis.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. In September of 2021, BPDA awarded a contract with Newport Construction Company for the, quote, Northern Avenue Mobility and Streetscape project. The project generally will separate bicycle lanes and sidewalks to promote pedestrian and bicycle travel safely along Northern Avenue while maintaining safe truck access. Over the past 2.5 years, my colleagues in the Capital Construction Division of BPDA have been to this board several times for this project, including permission to advertise the RFP for engineering, permission to award the engineering contract, permission to advertise for construction services, and subsequently permission to award the contract to construction services, which were awarded to Newport Construction. I'm here today to request permission to allow Newport to utilize a currently vacant 40,000 square foot parcel of land owned by BPDA to be used as construction staging. The proposed use will include housing a construction trailer, construction vehicles, construction materials such as piping, streetlights, fire hydrants, etc. No debris will be allowed to be brought onto the site. We're proposing a 12-month term with a 6-month option. And inasmuch as BPA is the client of Newport for this construction project, and the ultimate goal is to benefit the citizens and visitors of Boston, we are proposing no fee. It will also allow Newport to use less of Northern Avenue for construction laydown to help keep Northern Avenue more passable during construction as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Item number 4, request authorization to enter into a contract amendment with Newport Construction Corporation for the roadway improvements project at Black Falcon Avenue and Terminal Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in an amount not to exceed $21,418.24. Laura.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, and members of the board for the opportunity to present to you today. As stated, I'm requesting authorization to amend the contract with Newport Construction Corporation for roadway improvements at Black Falcon Avenue and Terminal Street in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. I'll note that this is a different project than the one that Dennis just alluded to in the previous vote. We're seeking to increase the contract amount by $21,418.24. This represents a 1.2% increase in the total contract cost and brings the construction contract total to $1,764,406.44. I'm happy to share that this project has been completed after close coordination with Marine Park tenants, particularly including Massport as the owner and operator of the Flynn Cruise Port. Massport requested specific design changes, such as flush curbs, which were authorized by the BPDA board in the form of an MOA back in 2019. These design changes increase the total cost of the project, which is why a contract amendment is needed in order for the BPDA to make final payment to Newport Construction Corporation. After the payment is made, Massport will reimburse the BPDA for a proportional amount of the total project cost as specified in the 2019 MOA. I'll also note that the project is also receiving funding through the City of Boston capital budget. And with that, thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Laura. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 5, personnel. David.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Madam Secretary. Heather Camposano, Chief of Staff, filling in for David Pia. We have several EDIC items with details listed in your board packet. 3 appointments. Maya Cattler-Gold, Planning Assistant for Regulatory Planning and Zoning in the Planning Department with an effective date of January 24th. Jonathan Spillane, Counsel in the Office of the General Counsel with an effective date of January 24th. And Tanya Robinson, Deputy Director of Youth Case Management and Recruitment in the Office of Workforce Development with an effective date of January 31st. We have 3 employment service contracts for consideration. Emily Wasia in MIS, effective January 3rd. David Pia in Human Resources, effective January 17th. And Michaela Manahini in the Office of Workforce Development, effective January 18th. We have 1 internship for consideration. Ashley Wong in the Office of Workforce Development, effective January 24th. 4 status changes with details in your board packet. And lastly, 1 departure, Brandon Stanaway, Research Assistant in the Research Department, effective December 23rd, 2021. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. And that concludes the EDIC agenda. So I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move we adjourn the EDIC meeting.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Okay, moving on to the next agenda. Thank you for joining the January Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communication, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. I will now take roll to begin this meeting. Ms. Downs.
Present.
Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Before we begin the agenda, I believe we have a member of Councilor Arroyo's office who would like to make a comment. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jordan Frias here, Chief of Staff to Councilor Ricardo Arroyo. Just want to speak in support for the councilor for projects 1201 River Street and 34 Oak Street. I just want to have on the record that we're in full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordan. Okay, first item on the agenda, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of December 16th, 2021 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on February 10th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the proposed 745 Atlantic Avenue project as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on February 10th, 2022 at 5:40 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the first amendment to the amended and restated development plan for planned development area number 1, Stewart Street. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 4, Board of Appeal. Jeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden. 46 zoning petitions have been prepared by agency staff for transmittal to the Board of Appeal. These recommendations will cover the remaining January Board of Appeal hearings as well as the first 2 in February. Be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jeff. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 5, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Boston Sand and Gravel Corporation for the use of approximately 2,800 square feet of space on a portion of parcel P-15B-1 in the Charlestown urban renewal area. Lauren?
Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, Boston Sand and Gravel Company is a New England-based ready-mixed concrete and aggregate business, providing products to construction projects throughout the greater Boston area and New England. In the course of conducting business, Boston Sand and Gravel was installed a scale on a portion of the parcel to monitor the weight and capacity of their vehicle fleet. The current license was approved at the March 12th, 2020 meeting and is scheduled to expire on April 1st, 2022 with no additional options to extend. The future use of the BRA-owned parking lot is being discussed with the community members as part of the planned Charlestown neighborhood planning effort. Boston Sand and Gravel acknowledges and agrees that the license area is a future development site and its use of the license area is temporary. Staff is proposing to renew the license for a 2-year term commencing on April 1st, 2022 and expiring on March 31st, 2024 with a monthly fixed rent of $3,500 per month. We conducted a market analysis to determine the fee. The license term may be extended for up to 3 one-year terms at the discretion of the director. Should the director consent to an extension, the monthly fee will be subject to a 3.5% increase for each approved extension. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lauren. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6, request authorization to extend the tentative designation of Madison Tropical LLC as the redeveloper of a portion of Parcel 10 of the Southwest Corridor Development Plan known as Parcel B, and to extend the temporary license agreement for Tropical Food International Incorporated to continue use of Parcel 10B for parking. Dana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Golden. I'm Dana Whiteside, Deputy Chief of Staff. We are pleased to share with you this request for consideration of the extension of the tentative designation for Madison Tropical as developer of Parcel 10 in Roxbury. As part of this request, a brief update on the status of the overall Madison Tropical development and key items completed and upcoming milestones. Particular focus for today's action is the work which the development team has undertaken to advance the 3rd and final phase of the overall project. By way of reminder, the development team submitted a notice of project change for 2085 Washington Street, the 3rd phase, the component of the project which transitioned the development from a proposed office and commercial development to a predominantly residential project. Madison CDC has engaged Trinity Financial to create a proposed program which includes approximately 96 residential units, 91 parking spaces, as well as amenity space at the street level. Since the last time of the designation extension, activities undertaken by the development team include the finalization of MEPA review for the notice of project change, as well as a preview, ongoing previews of the project and its considerations with the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan Oversight Committee, the Project Review Committee as well, in addition to the submission of funding application documents to the Commonwealth's Department of Housing and Community Development. During the time of the proposed extension of this tentative designation, it is anticipated that the development team will complete finalization of review with the city's Landmarks Commission, because this project does exist within the Eustis Street Protection Area, as well as completion of review with Boston Civic Design Commission, and also completion of the aspects for Article 80 approval, which we would look to come to this body for approval for. I would also note as a final comment that the development team has done a significant amount of work in the last several months to right-size this project so that it creates what has been beneficially determined as a gateway to the Nubian Square District, particularly reducing the size of the overall development so that it is much more pleasing in many different aspects, but also to create what's being called a gateway plaza onto Nubian Square. At the Project Review Committee of December 17th, members of the community expressed very strong support for this direction for the project, as well as the agreement that an extension to the designation would be appropriate. That concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions, and also will acknowledge the presence of Intia Ambrogi Isasa, Director of Real Estate for Madison CDC, and Benjamin Baldwin, Project Manager, who are here as well if there are any questions you'd like to propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Do you have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Item number 7, request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of Powerhouse Partners LLC to facilitate the long-term lease of the BPDA-owned building in the Charlestown Navy Yard. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are requesting board approval to extend the tentative designation of Powerhouse Partners for the long-term lease of Building 108 in the Charlestown Navy Yard. Building 108 was constructed in 1902 and served as the central power plant of the Navy Yard until decommissioning in 1974. The building is currently vacant and in very poor condition. In December 2020, the BPDA board approved a construction contract for the environmental remediation and demolition of Building 108. Construction is expected to begin this month and finish in early 2023. The BPDA released a request for proposals for the redevelopment of Building 108 in September 2020. The guidelines of the RFP required any proposed redevelopment to be consistent with planning efforts and historic preservation guidelines. Building 108 is also located on a portion of urban renewal parcel NY-1 in the Charlestown urban renewal area. On February 11th, 2021, the BPDA board approved the tentative designation of Powerhouse Partners for the redevelopment of Building 108. The development team proposes research and development uses on the site with much needed retail and a cafe on the ground floor. The proposed design emulates the massing of the original building and evokes the industrial history of the Navy Yard while providing a contemporary approach. Since being granted tentative designation, the development team has made significant progress, including working with the construction team and brokers to refine the building program, holding preliminary conversations with investors, beginning preparation of the project's Article 80 filing, and engaging in term sheet negotiations with the BPDA. During the requested extension, the development team plans to submit an Article 80 letter of intent by the end of January and submit an expanded project notification form by the end of April 2022, as well as engage in design review with the BPDA, the Mass Historic Commission, and National Park Service. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Morgan. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 8, request authorization to issue a preliminary adequacy determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80, Section 80B-5.4C4 of the zoning code for the proposed Neponset Wharf project for the construction of 4 buildings consisting of 120 residential units, including 16 IDP units, approximately 25,000 square feet of office space, approximately 11,600 square feet of community flex space, approximately 3,600 square feet of retail space, and approximately 22,300 square foot of boathouse. approximately 135 parking spaces, 190 bicycle storage spaces, and approximately 2.17 acres open space located at 24 Erickson Street, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. My name is Stephen Harvey. I'm a project manager at the BPDA, and I want to thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you today is 24 Erickson Street, Neponset Wharf, located in Dorchester's Port Milford neighborhood. The proposal seeks to redevelop a former recreational marina, transforming the site into a mixed-use development comprised of 4 new structures that will serve a variety of uses, including office, residential, and retail. If approved, the project would create 120 rental units, 25,000 square feet of office space, 11,600 square feet of community flex space, 3,600 square foot of retail space, and 22,300 square foot boathouse, parking for 135 vehicles, and storage space for 190 bicycles. Touching on the community process for this proposal, the proponent submitted a letter of intent on May 26, 2017, and filed on June 30th, 2017. During this 5-year review period, the BPDA has held 5 IAG meetings, 9 public meetings, and 1 joint IAG public meeting. The last meeting, the joint IAG public meeting, was held on August 9, 2021. That virtual meeting was advertised online through email and in the local papers. The IAG public meeting was well attended by local residents and IAG.
Can you boil some more hot water to put in my tea?
Lastly, but a great achievement for this development team and proposal, Boston City Councilor for District 3, Councilor Frank Baker, has offered his support for this proposal. Again, the development team and I are grateful for Councilor Baker's support. With that said, I would like to turn it over to Quinlan Locke and Kevin, my apologies, Kevin, the ability of the development team. Quinlan and Kevin will present the proposal and answer any questions put forward by the board. DA board, sorry.
Thank you, Stephen. And if you can go to the next slide, I just want to quickly thank Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, members of the board for your time this evening. As Stephen mentioned, my name is Quinlan Locke, representing Rise Together, a minority-owned development company based right here in Dorchester, just adjacent to the property that you see before you today. On our project team, we have Rhodey Architects, VHB, and OJB Landscape Architects, among many others who have supported the project to date. Before we show you how we got here today, I just wanted to quickly thank some of the BPDA staff who have helped guide us here today, specifically Stephen Harvey, our incredible project manager, the BPDA resiliency team, Richard McGinnis, Chris Bush, Joe Christo, the transportation team, Joe Blankenship and Pat Hoey, John Delzo with Article 37, and the list just keeps going on. There's so many folks at the BPDA, the city, and within the community who have been a part of this project. And we are so grateful to everyone who's worked with our team, so we wanted to thank you all. And with that, if you can go into the next slide. Starting with our location, the project is located on the waterfront in Dorchester, just at the end of the Port Norfolk Peninsula. As you can see on the right side of the page, it's made up today of vacant commercial buildings and has been closed off to the public for the last 5 years. Next slide, please. Here you'll see our new vision for the site, a truly mixed-use development composed of 120 much-needed residential housing units, a new boathouse and marina next to the water to promote waterfront uses, a new retail and community space, and over 2 acres of new open space along the waterfront. If you look to the left side of this diagram, you'll also see a new office building is included within this development. And why we wanted to call that out is because we at Rise are quickly outgrowing our current space in the Seymour's building just at the bottom of this slide along Erickson Street. And our intention is to use this new office space to continue growing within the community. And we're looking forward to the opportunity to move into this new space and stay in Dorchester. Next slide, please. Here you'll see a better perspective of the layout of the project that has been thoughtfully designed to create a development that is resilient and sustainable. Roadway and site grading improvements will lift the project above future flood elevations. A passive house approach to design and infrastructure will reduce the building's carbon footprint to enhance sustainability into the future. And a new public open space and harbor walk improvements will connect the neighborhood to the waterfront where it is closed off today. These improvements and enhancements were made possible through the BPDA's Article 80 public review process, and we've appreciated the thoughtfulness that went into every aspect of the project to date. Next slide, please. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Kevin Diebler at Rhodey Architects, who has been working on this project since the beginning to take us through the project's design. Thank you.
Thank you, Quinlan, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. I'm Kevin Diebler with Rhodey Architects. Really excited to present the design team's work tonight, which includes OJB and VHB, which was mentioned. They've been our partners throughout this entire process. And also thank you, RISE and CPC, for this great opportunity to work on such a wonderful site. So this view right here starts with the entry into the site off of Erickson Street. And what you'll see here is really a direct outcome of our work with the community and the BCDC with district wayfinding, new materials, and a raised intersection. We've created a sense of arrival for the public to let them know that they can access public space from this location. This is essentially a portal through two existing historic buildings where pedestrians, bikes, and vehicles can safely mix. It was important to see this intersection develop into this kind of public space. Next slide, please. So it's important to remember, this has taken 5 years. In this period of time, Climate Ready Boston was rolled out. And one of its main objectives here is to increase access and open space along the waterfront and enhance public-private collaboration. You're going to see this in the next few views that we share, but this one is the first view that you're going to get upon entering the site, coming through that portal into the site. And what you'll encounter here is what we're calling the community wharf. It's a rare opportunity for us to bring public access to that waterfront, supported by the amenities of a pier, walking paths, seating, this view of the skyline, as well as green space just off the left here. You also have a retail space nearby which supports this, and it's really about kind of creating that framework and sort of connecting into existing networks within Dorchester and providing another amenity along that. Next slide, please. At the heart of our project site here, we've created an arrival plaza where all buildings and circulation paths converge. In this view, you'll see how the materials are contemporary, but they're used to recall the site's history as a working wharf. I'd also make note of the fact that our team is committed to using the Passive House design standards and furthering the goals, not just to make this project resilient, but sustainable as well. Next slide. With this development, we hope to usher in more quality public access to the shoreline. This is obviously a benefit in and of itself, but it also encourages the development of future connections as well. It really is about that framework that Climate Ready Boston, Climate Ready Dorchester talk about. So here we're really balancing this edge condition with a structured shoreline and a restored salt marsh. So with native plantings and a landscape deck, this brings the public into contact with a more natural environment along the path. Next slide, please. This view shows how the path extends along the secondary waterway that we call Pine Neck. Well, it is called Pine Neck Creek. And this is a place that you can take in the view. You can also look back towards Tinian Beach nearby and find yourself kind of more in contact with what's typical of Dorchester, the Dorchester shoreline, which is full of a salt marsh environment. And then we're really proud to bring this back to life. It's been a working wharf for 150 years, and now the public gets to sort of come into contact with it. The buildings that you see really express that sort of vibrant mixed-use environment that Quinn was talking about, with a boathouse and marina on the left, residential building, and the commercial building. So it really is a vibrant mixed-use environment. And last slide, please. As we conclude here with a view from that public pier back towards the development, I just want to express my gratitude for the input of community members throughout this last 5 years. I'm actually a resident of Dorchester, so they're my neighbors, and getting to know people in the community is just very important. The Article 80 process allows for that. So no surprise, over 5 years, made some friends and actually learned a lot about the history of the site. So within that 5 years, we've really, most recently at the end of it, focused on resiliency and climate readiness and sustainability. We've really covered all the bases, and thank you for to the BPDA for facilitating this great conversation with the community. So thank you. Any questions, or Steve, you want to add anything else? Let me know.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have questions or comments from the board?
I would like to ask a question. I think there's so many great things to appreciate about this project. I love the public spaces and the design, anticipating the climate change and ocean level rise. I do know that this location is accessed through a very small, kind of tight-knit residential neighborhood. Can you talk about the traffic flow through the neighborhood and in and out of your project, and how that is going to be affecting your residential neighbors there? Because it really is kind of an unusual location where you are. And I wonder if you can talk about that.
Sure. Quinn, do you want to answer that?
Absolutely. So and one thing we've worked on with the BPDA transportation team, specifically Joe Blankenship and Pat Hoey these past few months, is really focused on transportation and how not only cars, but pedestrians, bikes, everything is getting to and from this location. And really what that came down to, especially when you're coming into this site, is this kind of entry experience that's at the site. So that was something that we really had to focus on. As far as cars, transportation, one of the things within the mitigation that we're proposing for this is safety improvements to the streets, and there are two sort of phases to that. The first phase being just regular improvements to intersections, making them ADA compliant, and ensuring that they're safe. And the next phase, which would happen in between, is the slow streets traffic study that we're proposing. So we essentially want to copy the successfulness of the Boston Transportation Department slow street study within this neighborhood, and that's something we want to have meetings with the neighborhood, ensure that BTD and the BPDA are within those meetings and have input into what can be done in the neighborhood to improve the safety of the streets and the number of vehicles that are coming in. So that's been a huge part of the project, and we're happy to have VHB on our team to help us through that.
Great, thank you.
Additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmar?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Item number 9, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 36 income restricted senior residential units, 13 parking spaces, and 8 bicycle storage spaces located at 25, 29, 33 Hamilton Street, and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Caitlin Coppinger, Project Manager and Development Review for the 25 to 33 Hamilton Street project in front of you today. VDA's proposal in front of you is an all-affordable senior housing project in Dorchester. VDA is proposing to demolish the existing multifamily structure on site and construct a new 4-story, approximately 44,000 square foot L-shaped building containing 36 one-bedroom units. The project plans to include a courtyard for residents to enjoy, 13 parking spaces, and 18 bicycle parking spaces. Additionally, the building will also include a community room, lobby, management space, meeting room, game room, and a package room. From a sustainability perspective, the project is pursuing Passive House certifiability. As mentioned previously, the project is restricted to seniors age 62 and older and is income restricted as well. 9 of the 36 units will be affordable to households at or below 30% AMI, 7 units will be affordable to households earning no more than 50% AMI, and the remainder of the units will be made affordable to households earning no more than 60% AMI. The project is seeking city and state funding, and the affordability will be monitored by a mass docs restriction upon a financial closing of the project. I'm happy to turn it over to Eric Fellinger and Lisa Lee from BPDA and Laura Sella-Mowat from David Square Architectures to present further on this project.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Golden. My name is Eric Fellinger. I am Real Estate Development Director for BPDA, the Vietnamese American Initiative for Development in Dorchester. With me are Laura Sella-Mowat with Davis Square Architects and BPDA's Executive Director, Lisa Lee. Next slide, please. We are with you today to talk about the project we're calling Hamilton at Mount Everett Senior Apartments, a 36-unit senior apartment project at the intersection of Hamilton and Mount Everett Streets in Dorchester. This project will help BPDA round out its mission-driven activities by combining our existing multi-generational programs, including elder daycare and childcare, with our housing project by delivering our very first senior housing project. We are in partnership with Hebrew Senior Life as a management agent, a very experienced manager of senior apartment buildings. And we've been working diligently with the BPDA staff and Davis Square Architects on this project, as well as having met several times with the community. And I want to, as the previous applicant did, give my hearty thanks to the BPDA staff, Caitlin, and all of the other members of the staff for working with us to really start with a good project and I think create a great project. So let me hand it off at this point to Laura Sella-Mowat from Davis Square Architects. Thank you, Laura.
Madam Chair and the board, I'm going to talk a bit about the proposed design and here to answer any questions that you all might have. Next slide, please. So the existing site on Hamilton Street is very close to the intersection of Hamilton Street and Columbia Road. Most of the immediate adjacent neighbors are 1, 2, and 3 family homes in a dense neighborhood setting. But there's also some other context to respond to. So number 2 on the image you're seeing on the screen is recently constructed senior development at 123 Hamilton Street, which is a couple of blocks away from our site. And on the rear of our site on Richfield Street, there's a mix of residential and industrial uses. In image number 4, you can see the intersection at Columbia Road where the commuter rail line is visible, as well as a nearby bus stop. Next slide, please. Some views of the existing site. So there's currently, as Caitlin mentioned, an existing house on the site that has been abandoned and boarded up for several years. The plan proposes that that house be demolished and a new structure be constructed on the site. Next slide, please. The lot itself is currently 3 separate lots, which will be combined into one parcel. The lot is steeply sloping from front to back, so from Hamilton Street going back towards Richfield Street. And you can see on the topo plan there that we've got about a 24-foot grade change from the front of the site to the rear of the site. And that's further shown in that lower photograph there. That's from the back of the site looking down toward Pilgrim Place and Richfield Street. Next slide. I'm going to hand it back over to Eric at BPDA to talk a bit more about the program before I talk about the design.
Thank you very much, Laura. As I mentioned, this will be BPDA's first age-restricted project. We wanted to go in this direction for a number of mission-oriented reasons, and also because we want to contribute to a need that the city has to produce senior housing. As you can see, as of 2020, the city was running at about 75% of the pace it needs to be at to meet the senior housing goals established in the Housing 2030 plan in 2014. Next slide, please. So we've worked extensively with the neighborhood and the neighbors to establish buy-in and to explain the issue and to get acceptance of this project at this location. And some of the things that we heard, we've met at least a half dozen times with the neighborhood, either in meetings that we organized ourselves or with the Greater Bowdoin Geneva Neighbors Association. And we're very pleased quite recently to get the official letter of support from the GBGNA organization. I think part of the reason that we have been so successful in gathering neighborhood support is that we've met with them so many times and we've really listened to what they have to say. And one of the chief concerns that they've raised has been traffic and parking. First of all, the speeds on Hamilton Street can be very high, and we are working with the BPDA transportation team to find solutions that are part of this project that will help to traffic calm this corridor. In addition, this neighborhood is particularly sensitive to parking availability, and I'm sure that's no surprise, of course, all neighborhoods are sensitive to parking availability. This particular block has a number of housing units, family housing units, with no off-street parking. You can see that in the photo on the left. So there are a number of residents who are extremely sensitive about the on-street parking spaces. And so in meeting with them, we actually modified the project a bit to increase our parking ratio. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. Next slide, please. This is the site plan, and as you can see on the left, there is a driveway going down from Hamilton Street. It goes downward into a parking facility below the building. We will show you the plan of the parking aisle in a moment. But just one other comment, you can see that there's a courtyard in the front left of the diagram, a very generous outdoor amenity for these residents. Just want to comment that we had originally programmed and designed this courtyard with the drive aisle going down the middle and one set of open space on the left and a smaller courtyard to the right. And it was really work with the BPDA staff that convinced us to revisit the factors that were causing us to design the courtyard and the drive aisle that way and reconsider. And we've found a way to make those changes and to really turn this into a much better outdoor space. So I just wanted to mention that, to underscore the fact that we've had a really positive and productive course of work with the BPDA staff to date, and we certainly anticipate that continuing. I'll hand it back to Laura now to talk about the site plan and the building itself.
Thank you. Can we advance to the next slide, please? This is another view of the same site plan that you just saw, and as Eric described, the driveway comes off of Hamilton Street and slopes with the natural grade of the site down to a lower parking level. And as Eric was explaining, the site plan really is the result of a collaborative and productive process that we've had not only with the BPDA, but with abutters and neighborhood groups. So we're very proud of where this has landed and excited about not only the amenities we'll be able to offer for the future residents, but the improvement that we can offer the neighborhood. Next slide, please. This is a view of the lower level parking. The project includes 13 underground covered parking spaces for vehicles. And from the garage level, there is elevator and stair access to the upper floors. Next slide. Another example of how our project has improved with the process with BPDA has been the design development of the elevations and the building volume itself. So here you see the overall building. The lower left is a view of the front elevation looking from Hamilton Street. And I'll also point out that the view on the upper right, which we call courtyard, is a view of Hamilton Street on the left and sloping down to the garage level, which is under the residential units above. Next slide. This is a view of work in progress for us. It's something that we're working collaboratively with the BPDA on currently. There's been questions coming up about how visible the building might be, not just from Hamilton Street, but from Columbia Road and from Pilgrim Place, which is the street directly behind the site. So we're sharing with you some work in progress here that we will continue to advance with the BPDA. Next slide. And these are our current and very excited to share with you our perspective views of the proposed project. On the left, you see how the building itself fits in with the neighborhood by continuing the rhythm of the street with the multifamily triple deckers along Hamilton Street, and also affords the residents a lovely courtyard space which they can utilize and the nearby neighbors can enjoy visually. And I believe that's the last slide. If there are any questions, we have 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Item number 10, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 63 senior affordable rental units, 1,202 square feet of ground floor commercial space, up to 40 parking spaces and 32 bicycle parking spaces located at 1201 River Street, and to take all related actions. Lance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'd just like to wish you Happy New Year. It's good to see your faces today. B'nai Briff, the developer, has proposed this project. I just want to say probably 15 minutes ago, I got a submitted letter from Representative Consalvo supporting the project that B'nai Briff has proposed tonight. With that said, I also like to thank Director Golden and Madam Secretary. As you're looking at this image right now, you're looking from Fairmont Avenue. To the right is the municipal building, historic municipal building. Go another 2 miles up the road is Mattapan Square. If you go to the left of the proposed project, you're going closer to Cleary Square towards Dedham. You are now looking at Logan Square. The proposed project consists of a new four-story building that will include 63 rental units of affordable housing for senior and elderly adults. The proposed project will achieve D&D zero emission building requirements as a non-carbon producing all electric building constructed in accordance with Passive House certified standards. The project also includes, just to correct you, Madam Chair, 1,202 square feet of ground floor commercial space, a fitness center, community room, library, laundry center, mail and package room, 2 management offices, 32 parking spaces with direct access from Central Avenue, off-street parking for up to 40 vehicles, an outside courtyard that will include grilling and seating area, a bocce court benches, a small yard, and that's landscape. All 63 rental units will have 1 bedrooms and 1 bath. This project, as proposed, is as of right. BPDA staff recommends that the board take the following actions: issue a certification of approval and any and all agreements needed. Jonathan Garland, the project architect, will give a brief overview of the proposed project for the board. Project representatives are available for any questions for the board. Jonathan.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Lance. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for your time, and happy to be presenting on behalf of the team, 1201 River Street. If you could advance to the next slide, please. So as Lance mentioned, one of the key hallmarks of this project, and one that we're truly excited about, is that this delivers 100% affordable, income-restricted senior elderly housing to this part of the neighborhood in Logan Square and Hyde Park. You can see on the right-hand side, our development program square footage is 49,900, and then we're looking at 63 one-bedroom units, 21 units per floor, over 3 floors at the upper level. And then we're also proposing 40 parking spaces. I believe Lance said 32, and that was referring to the bike parking. We have, in addition to the 32 bike parking spaces, 40 spaces for vehicles. Next slide, please. This is sort of an overall context aerial view. The reason for this slide is to show how the senior and elderly community fits very well and very naturally back into the fabric of the existing Hyde Park and Logan Square. just next to our building at the municipal building is currently thought to be the Hyde Park Community Center. Whether that's a permanent or temporary use, I think is still up for discussion, but we're really excited to think about that as an adjacent neighbor and what services that might offer. Just north of the plan at the William Barton Rogers School is another newly renovated elderly housing building. And then there's a number of other commercial uses along this side of River Street and Fairmount Avenue that will really bring in this senior living community. Next slide. As far as the range of affordability, the project stretches between 30% AMI, 50% AMI, and 60% AMI at the various income levels that you see here. One key point on this slide is that only 7%, based on the research we've done, 7% of Hyde Park's housing supply is income restricted. So this project will dramatically increase those numbers and bring more income restricted opportunities for seniors in this part of the city. Next slide. This is just showing an existing Google map looking straight down at the site, currently along the edge of River Street, which is the bottom of the page, and Central Avenue, which is diagonally going north-south. You'll see that there's a collection of light industrial uses with the auto repair facility, as well as some retail at the ground floor. Next slide. And then on the same site plan, we're showing our proposed building. So in the brighter yellow color is the residential lobby amenity space. As Lance mentioned, that's going to be complemented with fitness space for the residents and seniors, common laundry space, administrative offices, an on-site coordination office. And then to the left side, in the lower left along River Street, we're proposing just over 1,200 square feet of commercial retail to bring that commercial life and vitality back to this part of River Street. In the middle of the plan, you can see a nice, generously planted open space courtyard that will be privatized and used for senior outdoor recreation space. Going around the top of the plan, you can see how the surface parking is working underneath the building, as well as the 32 covered bike spaces. Next slide. As far as the current day condition, you can see here in the map, this is Logan Square, the Muni building to the right, and then the low scale density with the commercial buildings right at the edge of River Street and Central Avenue. Next slide. And this is our proposed building. From a zoning perspective, it is as of right as far as all the dimensional regulations, so we're happy to be working within the confines of the urban planning for this area. The building has a nice warm brick tone corner facade, and then it splits off to the left and right with a wood look facade, as well as fiber cement treatments and punch window openings. Next slide. This is a current day view of Harvard Street and River Street. Next slide. And here you can see the proposal in the same image where the building steps up and gradually gets to the corner of Logan Square. Next slide. This is the current day condition at Central Avenue and Winthrop Street. Next slide. And then there's our proposal. One thing that we're also doing in addition to the building is a significant number of public realm streetscape improvements, from new wider sidewalks to public street trees and those sorts of things that will really bring the sidewalk and curb life back to life. Next slide. And finally, this is just showing elevations of the building. The one on the top is along Central Avenue. The one on the bottom is along River Street. And as I mentioned previously, the building will use a complement of wood cornice, wood elements along the ground plane, metal cornice lines, warm tone brick materiality, and fiber cement. Last slide. And this is showing the open space courtyard, which through our community process, we garnered a lot of excitement and support for this space, as it creates things like a bocce court, a grilling area, shade patios, and nice open space amenities for the residents. Next slide. This concludes our presentation, and we'd be open for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, looks good. Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second, nice piece of work.
A roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Item number 11, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code. The construction of 21 residential units, including 4 IDP units, 14 parking spaces, 20 bicycle spaces located at 30 over Oak Street, and to take all related actions. Ebony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. The proposed development before you is 34 Oak Street in Hyde Park. Oak Street 34 Hyde Park LLC proposes to construct an approximately 18,915 square foot building. The building will contain 20 residential rental units, including 4 IDP units, 11 off-street parking spaces, 4 short-term bicycle parking spaces, and 20 long-term bicycle parking spaces. Additionally, the proposed project will improve the pedestrian experience on the project site, and the proponent will make a one-time contribution in the amount of $12,000 to the Riverside Theater to be applied to the installation of an elevator. The small project review application was filed on July 8th, 2021. Public meetings were held virtually on August 3rd and October 28th, 2021, and the comment period concluded on November 11th. At this time, I will turn it over to Ryan Sprague to go over the presentation in more detail, after which we would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ebony. My name is Ryan Sprague. Thank you all for having me today. I'm with Embark, I'm one of the designers on the project. I'll take you through these next few slides. So by way of orientation, our project is 34 Oak Street, located at the corner of Oak Street and Maple Street, just to the south of Logan Square, approximately a quarter mile from both Hyde Park Station as well as Fairmont Station. Next slide. So one of the things that we have to negotiate on the site is the severe slope that's happening across the site. So at the top of the site, along Oak Street, we're at an absolute elevation of around 100, and the site actually slopes down around 13 feet to 87 feet at the bottom along Maple Street. And the existing structure on site you see here is that funeral parlor. Next slide is the rear view of that same structure. You can see this is taken from down Maple Street looking back towards Oak Street at the back side of the existing structure. You can see to the left in the corner there is the associated garage there as well. Next slide. A couple of aerial views here. So from the southwest looking into that residential corridor, we are sort of situated abutting an 2F5000 subdistrict. So we're kind of negotiating this transition between the 2F5000 and the NS2 zone subdistricts. If you go to the next slide, you can see kind of the reverse angle. Oh, nope. Going to the our topographical. No, you're good. You're good to go to the next. I thought we had another slide in there, but we don't. The existing footprint of the existing structure, you can see kind of the topographical slope that we're dealing with there, as well as there's a existing curb cut along Oak Street that we're proposing to infill. I'll show you in a couple of slides where that is. Next slide. Some existing context, so a few photos of some of our abutters. So primarily 2.5, 3-story residential structures with varied roof expressions. So, you know, hip roofs, mansard roofs, pitch roofs, those are things that we're kind of picking up on, as well as, you know, very familiar residential materials use. Next slide. Is our proposed footprint. So our proposed site plan, rather. So the white is our proposed footprint. You can see at the bottom right, the southeast corner of the site, we're proposing to infill that existing curb cut and introduce a new one along Maple Street. So that will be our primary entry for vehicles. Our primary entry for pedestrians would be along Oak Street. So this exit 1 demarcation here is our primary entry. Access via stair, as well as an ADA accessible sloped portion of the site. We're also working with the BPDA to design our sidewalk conditions, so to make sure that our sidewalk improvements are corresponding to complete street guidelines, as well as they've asked us to explore rounding out the the corner there. So the existing sidewalk is here in this dash line, and what you're seeing as the solid. Next slide is our, sorry about the graphics here, I'm not sure how that white stripe kind of got in there, but the majority of the elevation is still preserved here. So if you, kind of our general concept was to try to break up the overall building mass such that it's perceived as multiple buildings as opposed to one large mass. So using things like, familiar materials and roof expressions to try to sort of distinguish these series of volumes. So you can see here one of the things that we're doing with materials is we're trying to use the brick to help mitigate the slope as you turn the corner. So the stepping down of the brick, and if you go to the next slide, I think we've got the Maple Street elevation. That stepping continues down, and then we start to use a different roof condition to also sort of mitigate the site slope that we're dealing with. So transitioning to a mansard maybe less tall or perceived as less tall than a pitched roof. Next slide. And this is just an elevated aerial angle from Maple and Oak Street, looking at the overall project. And I think, is that our last slide, Ebony? Great. I think that's my bit.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude the presentation, Ebony?
Yes.
Okay, great. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I have a small question, Madam Chair. Ryan, is that brick veneer or is that regular brick?
It's regular brick.
Okay, thank you.
Be a true brick rain screen. Yes.
Okay. Additional questions or comments? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda. Item number 12, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the change of ownership in connection with the 3353 Washington Street project consisting of 45 residential units, including 8 IDP units, to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction and to take all related actions. Lance.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary. 3353 Washington Street was originally approved by this board back in October of 2016. On November 12th, 2021, 3353 Washington Development LLC, the new owner, acquired the project site and filed a letter with the BPDA on September 30th, 2021, notifying the BPDA of the change in ownership in order to execute documents necessary prior to commencing construction. George Moranti, the project counsel, and Patrick Mahoney, the project proponent, are available to answer any questions for the board.
Okay, do we have any, is there a presentation associated with this?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay.
We just have slides just for a reference piece.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I believe there were some questions raised by community representatives about the treatment of the rear of the building. Have those been addressed by the developer?
Board Member Landsmark, I think you might be referring to the next project that.
Yeah.
Okay, I stand corrected. Thank you.
No worries.
Thanks, Ted.
Okay, so this is the change of ownership. Item number 12. Any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 13.
Thank you.
Thank you. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 29 residential units, including 6 income restricted units, 480 square feet ground floor retail community or ground floor community space, and 7 parking spaces located at 3409 Washington Street, and to take all related actions. Ebony.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. The proposed development before you is 3409 Washington Street in Jamaica Plain. S&H Management LLC proposes to construct an approximately 22,660 square foot building. The building will contain 29 residential rental units, of which 6 will be income restricted. The building will also include 7 parking spaces and 480 square feet of ground floor community space. The small project review application was filed on August 13th of 2021. A public meeting was held virtually on September 30th, 2021, and the comment period concluded on October 14th, 2021. Comments received included a letter of support from former Councilor O'Malley. I would, at this time, like to acknowledge a letter that we received from some of the direct abutters today. I will defer to the development team to detail their community engagement thus far, as well as detail any changes that were made to their proposal since the public meeting, and to detail any plans to continue to engage the community as design review conversations continue after BPDA approval. So at this time, I will turn it over to the development team to go over their presentation in more detail, after which we'd be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. My name is Dave Tregorth with the project team. Madam Chair, thanks for the time this evening, and Ebony for all the work to date. So to dive right in, this is 3409 Washington Street. Next slide. And it is the, excuse me, next slide. There we go. It is the essentially Stanley Tow lot along Washington Street. And currently really close to the Green Street T-stop, English High School fields, and is currently 100% paved with a chain link fence around it. Next slide. So here you get a sense of just the context. This is really at the transition as you go down Washington Street from a more retail oriented ground floor to a residential feeling ground floor as you continue down Washington Street towards Forest Hills. Next slide. And you just get a sense of the current conditions. That tree that you see right there at the top will be preserved, and the curb cut will be shortened as well. Next slide. So this is the rendering from across Washington Street. What we really tried to focus on was, a contextual architectural presentation. One of the major community feedback points was to limit this building to 4 stories, which we have done, and to break it up a bit as well. So on the ground floor, you see the parking that's concealed, and you'll see some ground floor plan in a minute, but parking that's concealed, 7 spaces, along with the ground floor community space, along with the residential entry on the left. As the building moves up, you get a step back at the front on a portion, just to provide a little bit of that visual relief. Next slide. And this is just the other angle showing the smaller curb cut. In addition, we're picking up, and I'll show you in a minute, a much wider sidewalk, vastly improved pedestrian experience along this stretch. And you can see the residential entry along with the community space on the left, and then the driveway. Next slide. So this is the ground floor, and we have 7 parking spaces. As you can see, we have 2 units in the back. The building does comply with the rear yard setback of 20 feet. And we have bike storage, trash all inside, along, and you can see the community space and residential lobby at the bottom. served by an elevator as well, fully accessible building. Next slide. These are the elevations. And so you can see at the top, this is the Washington Street. You can sort of see how it fits in once at that 4-story height. On the ground, on the bottom of the slide, you can see how the brick wraps around. We met with the community several times, and I'll go into that in a minute, just to understand the facades along the sides and the rear. And you can see that 4th floor steps back on both sides in this bottom rendering. Next slide. So in terms of the materials, mix of terracotta, brick, and some ornamental metals as you get up further up in the building to provide that context. Next slide. Oh. There you go. This just gives you a little bit more of a sense of what we're picking up in terms of the pedestrian accessibility. Oh, back one, please. Thank you. Forward one. Thank you. So we have about 8 foot between the building and the tree pits. Right now, it's maybe 3 to 4 feet. We have 15 feet in other spaces, in other places. We have a 10-foot wide driveway. So we'll pick up actually, I believe, a parking spot along the street as well. So vastly improved. And you can see interior bike storage and how that works as well to help with our transit options for folks. Next slide. So JP Rocks, this is in the JP Rocks area, which touches on urban design and architectural design, along with transit and energy. So obviously the urban design was a big part of improving the sidewalk, creating that space in the front of the building for some public art where there's a screening for the parking and retaining the existing trees. We have also on the architectural side and design, we've exceeded the IDP for affordability. 6 is over 20%. We have 4 units at 70% AMI and 2 at 30% AMI, which is in compliance with the JP Rocks program. And have worked closely with the BTD and BPDA transportation folks to really work on parking and access for this as well. We're also doing a LEED Gold building, all electric, and making a commitment from day one to do solar on the roof. Next slide. So just a couple of the benefits, the ground floor community space, the obviously improved walkability and traffic flow, the tax revenue, our 20% plus affordable units, building energy and compliance with BPDA, and as I talked about, some of the other sustainability components. This project was originally a boutique hotel almost 2 years ago as its original iteration. When we initially met with the community back then, it was very clear that a hotel was not a desired use, especially at 5 stories. We then came back in November of 2020 to meet with the community again as a residential building. And there we heard about 4 stories being the max, and also a 20-foot setback for the building in compliance with the zoning was also important. We then went back in January 2021, a year ago, to meet with the neighbors again. This is all in advance of our filing submission, and get more feedback. And that's where we really agreed to the overall structure of this building as a 4-story building, 29 units, with the affordability where it is. We've continued to increase the affordability so that we hit the JP Rocks requirements through the JPNC hearings, and did receive a letter voted 8-1 from the JPNC supporting this project, provided that we continue to work with the neighbors and also hit the JP Rocks affordability. So we've hit the JP Rocks affordability. we will continue to work with the neighbors as we have done in the past. I know that some of the comments have been about the rear facade design and the rear facade fourth floor step back. We have put in the step back into the fourth floor, but we will continue to work with the neighbors on the rear facade as we continue to go forward, as we have done on other projects and as we will continue to do here. Next slide. So that concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions or comments from the board?
I know that you folks have been good in the past at working with the community on your projects, and I would just urge you to continue that collaborative work.
Thank you, we will.
I have one question, Madam Chair. Dave, on the solar, you guys gonna own it, or you gonna do a purchase power agreement with somebody?
It really depends. Typically, I mean, we've done both. And it's really, to be honest, up to our investors as to whether they want to invest in the solar tax credits that come back or whether it's easier to do a PPA.
Yeah, I was really curious to see what's more financially advantageous to do. It goes back and forth. I didn't know where it's at right now with all the tax credits that are coming. We know it's coming like a tidal wave with solar and wind, etc. So.
Yeah, it really does depend on the current, when you put it in and what your investor appetite is.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, item number 14, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 18 residential homeownership units, including 3 IDP units, 6 at-grade parking spaces, and dedicated bicycle storage room located at 44 Ellery Street, to petition the Board of Appeal for approval of the necessary zoning relief with the proviso that the plans be submitted to the BRA and to take all related actions. Ebony.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. The proposed development before you is 44 Ellery Street in South Boston. Malcolm Barber and Neil Dowell proposed to construct an approximately 27,859 square foot building. The building will contain 18 homeownership units, 6 parking spaces, and dedicated bicycle parking spaces. The project is located within the Plan.app study area. The small project review application was filed on September 24th, 2021. A public meeting was held virtually on October 13th, 2021, and the comment period concluded on October 25th. Comments received included a letter of support from Councilor Flint. At this time, I will turn it over to the development team to go over their presentation in more detail, after which we would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. This is Tim Johnson, the project architect, with George Moranci, the project attorney. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposed project before you is a 5 to 6 story, 18-unit residential building with a 6-car garage and several tenant amenities. It is also within a 2 to 3 minute walk of the Andrews Square station. This is a bird's eye view of the building, showing the front 5-story component in brick and the middle 6-story component. Next slide, please. This shows the site in relation to the Andrews Square T station at the top of the screen. This project on Ellery Street is currently a one-way street from north to south. However, the proposed building and plantings have been set back 10 feet from the property line in preparation of future widening of the street. Next slide, please. Again, this shows the proximity of the site, which is the two-story brick building in relation to the Andrews Square Red Line station. We work closely with the BPDA to reduce the auto parking of the project and increase the bike parking of the project. So we have 6 car spaces in the garage, and we have 18, 1 per unit, bike parking in the garage. Next slide, please. This is a view of the site, the two-story brick building, as we look south down Ellery Street. My clients will rebuild the sidewalk from the site per Complete Street guidelines up to the Southampton Street intersection, and will also provide a crosswalk at that intersection. Next slide, please. This is another view of the site looking northerly toward the Andrews Square T-stop. Next slide, please. This is a site plan in context with the future development. With the existing, or the proposed rather, 5 to 6 story building is shown in yellow. The existing residential buildings are shown in green, and future development is shown in the blue. There will be several projects proposed down the road in this triangle. Many will be from 40 to 60 feet in height. The proposed building in yellow is a 5 to 6 story building. Next slide, please. The architectural site plan. Ellery Street is on the left side as we look at the plan. The building is set back 10 feet from the front property line, along with street trees. These will be approved Boston Parks trees. So in the future, when the street is widened that 5 feet, the curb is set back 5 feet from its present location. We'll have mature trees, and the building will be set back 10 feet from the curb, enough for accessibility, traffic past the building. As we go inside the building, we have our bike parking for 18 cars. We have our 6 cars, parking spaces, an elevator that services all floors, interior trash and recycling storage. And we have a common patio with southern exposure and a kitchenette, so this can group meetings outside, entertainment, etc. Next slide, please. A section through the project showing a 10-foot floor-to-floor. Height of the building at 50 feet at the 2 ends of the building, which bookend a center 6-story building. The green aspects of this building in compliance with Article 37. Of course, this will be built to the stretch energy code, which is 20% more energy efficient than current code. Building electrification, this will be a shift to all electric building for heating and cooking. No fossil fuels into the building. Majority of the building, which is type 5A construction, will be wall panel and engineered lumber. This will be wall panel construction reduces lumber waste. And we also will follow the water sense guidelines. Plumbing fixtures will be 20% more water efficient than currently in that category of plumbing fixtures. And we follow the dark sky initiative. All exterior lighting will be downlit and shielded, and using LED warm bulbs, which save energy. Roughly 38% of a building's total cost is lighting, so we're looking to reduce our costs there also. Next slide, please. These are the front and rear elevation. The front elevation showing the 5-story component, the bay window over the front entry. We have the rear elevation showing the 5-story component. Next slide, please. Our site elevations, we show the two front and rear 5-story components bookending the center 6-story component. Each one of these 3 components will be using different materials, working with the BPDA on types of materials and colors to break up the massing of the building. Next slide, please. This is a future view of the building showing the entry under the bay window. This will be a full brick veneer rain screen. Next slide, please. This is a view from Southampton Street at the intersection. You can begin to see how we are looking to break down the massing of the building. We have to see the rear 5-story component, the front 5-story component, and the center 6-story component. Next slide, please. And that concludes the presentation of the project, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 15, request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B, Section 80B-5.3D of the zoning code for the construction of 9 residential units, 34,300 square feet of retail space, 25,700 square feet of office fitness located at 761 through 793 Boylston Street, subject to BRA design review and to take all related actions. Ebony.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. The proposed development before you is 761 to 793 Boylston Street in Back Bay. Boylston RE LLC proposes to construct a building that will contain retail, office, and residential uses. The proposed project will demolish the existing interior of the middle building, which is 777 to 789 Boylston, which is currently occupied by Crate and Barrel. While the interior will be demolished, all existing facades will remain in place. The demolition of the interior of the middle building will allow for the construction of a new infill 3-level structure with an additional 5 stories on top of it. After completion, the proposed project will contain approximately 94,500 square feet, 8 stories, approximately 34,300 square feet of retail space occupying the basement floors 1 and 2, approximately 25,700 square feet of office and fitness occupying floors 3 to 5, and 9 residential rental units that will occupy floors 6 to 8. The proposed project will fund the introduction of a new bike share station, contribute towards Boylston Street sidewalk improvements, provide a raised crossing across Public Alley 441, commit to fossil fuel free / all electric new construction and the inclusion of solar PV, which were all the result of a collaborative effort between BPDA Transportation, BTD, Councilor Bach, and the proponent. The proponent will also make a donation of $50,000 that will be distributed amongst 3 organizations located in the Back Bay: Women's Lunch Place, the Commonwealth Ave Mall Statue Lighting Project, and the Gibson House Museum. On January 20th, 2021, the proponent submitted a letter of intent, and on February 9th, 2021, the IAG was finalized with 7 members. On March 9th of 2021, the project notification was filed, which initiated a 30-day comment period. That comment period was extended several times and ultimately ended on August 26th of 2021. A scoping session was held on March 29th of 2021. IAG meetings were held on April 26th, August 4th, and November 1st of 2021. And a public meeting was held on May 3rd, 2021. At this time, I will turn it over to the development team to go over their presentation in more detail, after which we would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm sorry, can you hear me all right?
You're fine, Dennis.
Thank you. Director, members, and members of the staff. First of all, I want to thank the staff, Ms. DeRosa and Mr. Christopher and others for working with us throughout this project. I am representing Tavistock Development Company. Chris Souza is the local representative who's on board with us today. David Manfredi is the project architect. I hopefully can get him to go through the slides momentarily. Just would quickly like to let the board know that we have spent a great deal of time since 2020 meeting with the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay, the Back Bay Architectural Commission, the Boston Preservation Alliance, the Disabilities Commission, many neighbors, including the across the street residences at the Mandarin Oriental, all in an effort to make a project that could be acceptable and agreeable to most of these folks. And I think we're at that position. We've done a lot of work, especially on design. The project is a zoning compliant except for groundwater. So a great deal of time went into the design that we're presenting. And I do want to just make it clear that to cite everybody, these are the buildings which house presently from, I guess, east to west, the Atlantic Fish Company restaurant, the Crate and Barrel site, and then the last building is the Abe and Louie's restaurant site. And the project includes both of the restaurants staying open through the project, interestingly enough. So the centerpiece, if you will, gets demolished in the rear, facade remains, and a building goes up behind it, if you will. So with that, if we can get Mr. There he is. Is Mr. Manfredi with us?
I am, thank you.
There he is. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Secretary Polhemus, my name is David Manfredi from Elkins Manfredi Architects. I'll go very quickly. The project site, as you can see, is on the north side of Boylston Street between Exeter and Fairfield, directly across the street from the Mandarin Oriental. Next. You can see in these aerial photographs exactly where we are. If you go to the next slide, these are 4 wonderful buildings, and I can give you just the briefest of history. They date from the early 1900s. They were designed, actually 3 of the buildings, the 3 in the upper left were designed by Arthur Bowditch, who the historians here will recognize that name. He was the architect for the Paramount Theater, which we also renovated. The 4th building to the left was designed actually as a lab building, which is interesting in our world today. Go to the next, please. You can see the proposed section through the building. And this is cut east-west so that Boylston Street is on the right, the alley is on the left. And you can see the existing building is 3 stories with 1 level below grade. We propose to add 5 stories. I'm cutting east to west, but my adjacent building on the right and adjacent building on the left. We're adding 5 stories, not quite in the middle of this block of 4 buildings, slightly offset from the building on the right in order to preserve light and air on both sides. 2 levels of office, 3 levels of residential as the new construction. You can go to the next. As Dennis pointed out, the FAR of the proposal is 4.5. The allowable is 6.0. The proposed height is 90 feet and 90 feet is allowable. And you can see why it conforms to the height of the adjacent buildings, basically going to the east. Next, please. The proposal really responds to our desire to clearly distinguish between new construction and historic, but at the same time recognize the rhythms of the street and of the building to which we are connected. And so you can see, I'm looking west on Boylston Street. The existing buildings will be preserved, repaired. The centerpiece, which is today Crate and Barrel, beyond the facade, to the north of that facade, will be demolished. New building will rise up through that and will extend out beyond on either side, but as Dennis pointed out, those restaurants will remain operational. You can see that the facade of the new building corresponds to all the rhythms of the building below, meaning this kind of six-part vertical organization, as well as color. Our material is terracotta, not brick. Again, we want to be very complementary, but not try to mimic the original historic construction. The new building is set back off the facade of the existing because of the elaborate cornice on that existing building. And then the sides on the east and on the west are also terracotta, but in a light color and clearly separating from that center mass. You can go to the next. You can see that here looking to the north, the Mandarin directly across the street. You can see how we significantly set back from property lines on both sides. And then on the alley, we have an opaque wall, largely opaque wall, because that's where our building core is, single core for both office and residential. The corners on all four sides of the building are kind of cut away to create outdoor space for both the residential and the office, but maintain the overall bulk of the building, massing of the building. Next. And so a little bit closer up, you can see again how that center section aligns with we'll call it the Crate and Barrel building, and then on the east and on the west, those pieces extend out beyond, and all three parts are set back. We really wanted to highlight that center portion by the color, which is consistent with the coloration of Boylston Street, make those interior property walls, property line walls lighter in color, even a little bit more playful in the organization of the fenestration. Next, please. And now in elevation, I think you can really see what we're trying to do. We're trying to organize the main component of the building with the Crate and Barrel building below, establish a pattern of fenestration that's very consistent with buildings not only in immediately adjacent, but the buildings beyond, consistent in height, massing, and proportion, and then set back those two side pieces and let them recede. Next. This is the west elevation. Again, that's the party wall elevation where we're lighter in color and separate. In the foreground, those arches, that's the renovation of that historic building, which originally was or at some point in its life was a confectionery store. Next. And then on the east elevation, this is within about 25 feet of the party wall, but preserves light and air to the existing building, and obviously provides light and air to our building as well. Next. And then in context again, as part of the street wall of Boylston Street, we think very complementary and at the same time distinct in ability for the pedestrian to place it in time and understand the relationship between the historic building and the new building. I think that's my last slide. I'll stop there. We do have a whole series of slides around sustainability, but I think I'll stop right there and ask if the board has any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I have a couple of questions, Madam Chair. David, beautiful building and it's symmetric. I noticed both sides are equal on top of Atlantic Fish and Abe and Louis. But you didn't take advantage, I guess, on the Abe and Louis side. I understand the Atlantic Fish side because of the windows that are on that adjacent building and building codes, et cetera. Plus, it's only so close you could get, I guess. But was there a way to take advantage of the air rights over Abe and Louis? There's a lot of space there.
There is, and we had earlier schemes in which we did extend further to the west, but this strategy allows us to really minimize any impact on the buildings to the west and to the east. We have a single new column line in each of those new buildings, which will really limit any impact on those buildings and allow them to remain operational.
The other question I have, and I've shared my opinion on the whole carbon and electric, and people are probably sick of hearing it, but it's somewhat laughable in a way. But the restaurant and the new building, there's 2 retail, 2 restaurants. Are they electric too? Are they cooking with electric in those restaurants, or are they using gas?
No, the existing restaurants will continue to use gas.
Yeah, but there's additional restaurants, and they're in the middle. I saw in the middle building, retail restaurant, or unless that's existing.
No, it's not. In the middle building, those are not leases the space has not been leased. And so we don't know who and what those tenants will be.
Okay, I think they were labeled retail restaurants.
They are, you're correct.
That other shoe hasn't fell yet. When you think you're gonna lease a space for a restaurant with electric cooking, it's just not gonna happen. And the other shoe hasn't dropped yet. A lot of these people didn't live through the 70s where everybody tried this experiment with electric cooking and electric heat, and people don't like it. So 2 units side by side, one's electric, one's gas. I'm buying the gas one, or I'm gonna rent the gas one. I'm not paying electric heat or cooking with electric. So we'll see when that supply and demand meets up with itself. We'll see what it does. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before we have additional questions from the board, we have Councillor Bach here that would like to say a few words. Councillor Bach.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thanks for letting me speak. I know this isn't a public comment item, but I am pleased to be able to be here in support tonight. This is a project that has come a long way, and there's been a lot of work with the community. I think on the design front, the original version I saw right when I came into office was, really the top levels were really looming over the historic features and in sort of a more like silver hue. And over the period of conversations that have not been with me, have been with people much more expert in design than I think that, as has been described to you by Mr. Manfredi, there's been a kind of harmonizing of the new construction with the historic buildings in a way that kind of puts them front and center, gives them their due, and still allows for substantial new square footage. So, I think that's been a real recursive process, and folks who I represent at the Back Bay Architectural Commission and the Neighborhood Association of Back Bay have worked hard with the proponents on that. And I know there's always still design differences of view, but I just want to note the progress that was made on that front. And also just to say that this is the side of Boylston Street that is in the historic district. And so, remaining within the zoning on the height and FAR front from a precedent perspective is quite important to the Back Bay neighborhood. And so just want to appreciate that in the proposal. The big things I wanted to highlight for you tonight, they were in Ebony's summary, but they're very important to us in the Back Bay. One is that this is a huge pedestrian area. As anybody knows, if you hang out on Boylston Street, there's just a ton of pedestrian traffic. And unfortunately, the sidewalk condition on Boylston Street has not been at the standard that it ought to be, given that quantity of pedestrian traffic. And so the city's been engaged in a long-term project with various funding sources to try to really upgrade the pedestrian experience all along Boylston Street. And so it does mean a lot that the proponents are contributing that $125,000 to the next phase of that, which will run from Fairfield to Hereford, and focus and that money will enable some of the kind of bells and whistles, pedestrian bump outs and stuff to make it safer to cross, at that Fairfield corner. And I just really want to highlight, pedestrian safety is super important to me. So that along the Boylston Street side, the raised crosswalk across the public alley, and the investment in the Blue Bikes network, this is all really key to us in this neck of the woods. And the proponent is making significant financial commitments on that front. So I want to thank them for that. And then the other thing is the carbon front, and with sort of similar apologies. I think a couple of board meetings ago I was on, and Mr. Monahan made similar comments, and so now I'm going to be making similar comments again. We do have a difference in point of view on this. But I will just say that from my perspective as a counselor, I'm very proud of the BERDO regulations that the council passed and that have gone into effect and are now, well, the law went into effect and now the regulations are being promulgated. I think that there is a sort of gap where our net zero carbon zoning conversation hasn't yet gone into law in the same way that Berto has, and there are lots of environmental advocates in my community, and I count myself among them, who are sort of concerned about that interregnum and how the agency thinks about buildings that it's approving now, and how we make sure that we're approving buildings that have more than a hope and a prayer of actually complying with Berto in the long run, and not just being in a position to seek like alternate payments and stuff. And so that's been a big back and forth about this building as well. And I just want to note that the proponents made a lot of really, significant moves in the direction of making this a greener building. Obviously, the LEED Silver equivalency is significant, but in particular, the steps they've taken, even in just the last few weeks, in terms of the adding an efficient electric commitment on the hot water boiler and solar PV on the roof that enables the construction to meet that standard of being the new construction fossil fuel free. I think that's really important. And to me, as I think about like what are intermediate bars that I can support as we kind of wait for the zoning to catch up with Berto, that's a really important level for me. And I think, as was noted, there is a distinction. So we're talking about the new construction being at that standard. The old historic buildings are not getting brought up to that standard, although they are being improved in efficiency. But as was noted, those two restaurants, are going to be in continuous operation, and so their gas systems are still going to be operating. I think that in the business environment that we're in right now, for us in the Back Bay, having lost a whole bunch of restaurants and bars just along that stretch, keeping those restaurants operating is a very important goal for us. And I do think that on the green front, we are sort of only starting to get our arms around the embodied carbon aspect of the benefits from maintaining historic buildings, aside from the historic benefits, the carbon benefits. And so for me, the fact that we're able to keep these historic buildings, make them more efficient, although not at that higher standard, but really have the new construction hit the all electric. For me, that's a step in the right direction, and I understand, Mr. Monahan, that we have a difference of opinion on that. But for me, I think the greening of the grid is going to be a pretty key piece to how we get there from here on the city's carbon goals. So I just wanted to articulate that there's been a lot of work behind all of that. Also, obviously, the contributions they're making to local neighborhood organizations are valuable and will be important in each of those instances. And so I'm pleased to be able to be supportive tonight. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you.
Kenzie, I think you do a wonderful job as a city council, but it's my trade and it's in my best interest. I'm an electrician. So every stove that would have a gas pipe will have an electric line now, a separate circuit. That's more work for us. Every piece of heat is going to be electric. That's good for me. But I also understand generation and transmission, and I like a clean environment like everybody else, but this is going to be counterproductive if people don't understand. When demand goes up for electricity, that means you got to generate more of it. And if we don't have enough generation right now, then you have to turn to coal, oil, trash, wood, biomass. Those are all dirtier than natural gas that people don't understand. And the demand is coming. The demand for electricity has already been increasing every single year. And when you add electric cars, you're going to add all electricity buildings. We do not have the generation. We don't have clean generation to support it. So you're replacing fossil fuel gas, yes. And if we have it at a power plant, which is also natural gas, you really didn't do anything. But if the natural gas power plant doesn't have enough generation, then they have to turn to peakers, they call them. And those are power plants that just sit in case. A lot of them are coal, oil, trash, wood, and that's where you get your electricity. So you replace a gas stove with an electric stove and you end up getting the electricity from something that's dirtier. And it's my job, it's my industry, it's my family's business for 4 generations. So we understand generation electricity and understand that it's good for our trade. But at the same time, it's not good for the environment. It's not being done the right way. You need zero carbon generation, as in nuclear, which nobody wants to do, they want to close them. So every place that gets rid of its nuclear power plant, their carbon footprint goes up. And when you add electricity demand and don't have clean generation, the carbon footprint goes up. So I don't want to debate with you. I think you're a wonderful city councilor. It's just the people making these decisions, I don't think really understand generation and where it comes from. And it's kind of, it's laughable. It's comical to watch. As an electrician, as someone who understands generation, and that's really my points. But so I don't want to debate. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't debate it here. But
No, well,
I have to explain my position and why I take that position and voice my opinion.
no, and Madam Chair, if I may just briefly say, I completely agree that generation is the key issue and that it is often obscured in this conversation about all electric. And I totally respect the point you're making. I want to assure you that and I think a number of people in the advocacy space are very focused on the need to drive up generation, clean sources. I do think that the city of Boston is making a bet on that when we talk about the community choice energy and the kind of, clean energy demand we are trying to drive. Absolutely, all the demand in the world doesn't do anything, like you're saying, if we don't have the clean supply, and especially the supply at those peaking moments. I would just assure you that I am actively seized of that matter and aware of that challenge. My grandmother was the first woman in the country to run an electric company, so I have some familiarity with the challenges of generation. But I hear you. It's all electric it's only a road to somewhere on the carbon front if we green the sources, and it's definitely a big challenge ahead of us. So, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Okay. Additional questions from the board?
I had a question that picks up on the previous discussion and moves us away from some of the policy and economic considerations to just ask why it is that the design team did not landscape the roofs at 761 and 793. It appears from your renderings that you're maintaining blank roofs rather than greening them or providing some other form of landscape on them that might also help with sustainability.
May I answer, Madam Chair?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, Dr. Landsmark, one of the things that in our most recent discussions with Councilor Bach and the BPDA staff was the idea of the solar panels, which would help us become, greener, if you will. And because the central building was created and built to be an amenity to the residential units in that building, the theory is that we're going to have the solar uses on the adjoining sides, if you will. So that really was nothing more than that.
So apart from solar, you didn't consider greening the roof itself?
Well, honestly, surprisingly, I think it never came up. I'm serious. It's oddly, when you raise it, I thought to myself, he's right. But so I presume it's something that we could investigate. But the reason that they were kept without anything was that we thought we'd have the issue with the solar that we'd like to place somewhere, and it had to be there because of the way the building was built.
Yeah, understood.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to squeeze in one more, item number 19. Request authorization to disperse $100,000 from the Harvard-Alston Partnership Fund to 14 nonprofit community organizations and to enter into grant agreements. Irene.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. My name is Irene Andrew, Community Engagement Manager at the BPDA. The item I present before you this evening is for the authorization of disbursement of funds from the Herbert Alston Partnership Fund for a total of $100,000 to 14 nonprofit community organizations. By way of background, the Herbert Alston Partnership Fund was originally established by the corporation agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority and the presidents and fellows of Harvard College, dated April 2nd, 2008, to address the development impact of Harvard University's Alston Science Complex, located in Western Ave in Alston. In the cooperation agreement, Harvard agreed to donate $100,000 per year for 5 years to the fund. Harvard has since committed to extend the fund for additional 10 years. This vote will be the 14th authorization for disbursement from the fund. The staff has reviewed the request of the Harvard Alston Partnership Fund Advisory Committee and has found it consistent with the agreed partnership application, review, and determination. It is therefore recommended the BPDA approve the disbursement accordingly. Funding will be received by the following 14 organizations: the West End House, the Gardner Pilot Academy, Family Nurturing Center, Alston Burton Youth Hockey Association, the Brazilians Women's Group, Boston String Academy, West End House Boys Summer Camp, Oak Square YMCA, the West End House Girls Camp, the Katera Project, Open Door, Soup Kitchen, the Fishing Academy, and Alston Burton Food Pantry. And finally, the Big Sister Association of Greater Boston. I'm joined this evening by Mark Hamley, I'm actually not quite sure if they're on, and Kendall Mayer-Tummel from Harvard University, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now it's 5:31, so we can start our public hearing portion of the agenda. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80B and Article 80C of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the development plan for planned development area number 132-109 Brookline Avenue project in the Fenway neighborhood of Boston, and to consider the 109 Brookline Avenue project as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on December 28th, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes of rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Carmody will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. The proposal before you is the 109 Brookline Avenue large project and the associated PDA development plan located in the Fenway neighborhood. The project and the PDA comprise approximately 236,000 square feet of lab, office, and research and development space, 3,000 square feet of retail, and 2,600 square feet of ground floor community space. The project is zoning compliant within the dimensional restrictions for a PDA in this location. BPDA staff have been closely reviewing this proposal for over a year, while the formal review began with the PNF filing in April of 2021. Since that time, 7 BPDA hosted community meetings were held virtually. The project was closely reviewed by the Brookline Avenue Community Advisory Committee, or CAC, a group of 15 residents and civic stakeholders in the broader Fenway neighborhood who also reviewed the Landmark Center Notice of Project Change, which was approved by this board in October 2021, and continue to review the proposed Fenway development project, which sits across the street from the 109 Brookline proposal. All in all, the CAC has worked closely with the BPDA, the development team in question, and City Councilor Kenzie Bach's office to provide valuable insights and recommendations that have made this project much better over the last 9 months. Their input continues to be valuable in the Fenway neighborhood, and so I wanted to thank them publicly for their contributions. I want to also commend the development team at IQHQ and their architects and consultants working on this proposal, all of whom responded swiftly to BPDA staff's questions and feedback, as well as that of the BCDC, the CAC, and broader community stakeholders. They have agreed to a robust and comprehensive package of mitigation and benefits that go beyond what is typically seen of most projects of this size. Along with adding high-quality bike infrastructure and a thoughtful pocket plaza to a busy corridor of the Fenway, the team has agreed to over $1 million in direct monetary funding of additional multimodal transportation improvements in the broader neighborhood, after hearing from the community that transportation issues are one of the greatest concerns of the Fenway amidst increased development. IQHQ is also leading the way in efforts toward providing STEM training to the local community, significant additional workforce funding on top of required linkage payments, and is contributing community space via this project to the Fenway Community Center at no cost. This project has taken all the steps required to receive BPDA staff recommendation for approval, and it has demonstrated how the Article 80 review process can be fruitful for all stakeholders when engaged with in a thoughtful manner. With that said, I believe I will now turn it over to Chris Haynes, project architect at Gensler. He'll begin the presentation. We'll then be happy to hear from members of the public or anyone else who would like to testify and take any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie, and thank you, Madam. And thank you, Director Golden and board members. Appreciate the time this evening. My name is Chris Haynes with Gensler. Eddie, if you want to, if you're controlling the slides, we can move to the next one. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, thank you. So as you see, the project is located at the corner of Overland and Brookline Avenue in Fenway. As Eddie mentioned, there is community space, retail, and a generous public plaza and enhanced sidewalks onto both public sides of the building, in addition to the lobby, so active spaces all along the ground floor. And in the next slide, there's an enlargement where you can see even a little bit more detail. The building sets back quite a bit from the property line at the ground floor to create that public plaza. And in the next slide, you can start to feel a little bit more of the texture and landscape that McYoung Kim Design Group put into that enhanced public plaza and sidewalk. So enhanced planting, seating, green space, and broad sidewalk on both Overland and Brookline Ave. In the following sections, you'll see the increase on Overland Street of the overall sidewalk width, and this section also includes the recess at the ground floor closer to the corner. So an overall increase of the public sidewalk on Overland. The next section shows the overall public plaza and increase in public sidewalk. You can see the property line dashed in. That's where the existing building sits today. So the building sets back at an angle to create that public plaza space for seating, plantings, and et cetera. And then the next slide, rendering starts to give a look and feel to the plantings, a multitude of scales of plantings from the sidewalk next to the street and adjacent to the building and the retail. So the space that you see in the background is the retail space at the ground floor, and then down to the right is the Overland Street, and straight ahead is Brookline Ave. So quite a bit more public realm area at this important corner of Fenway. The next slide zooms back and looks at the overall building. As you can see, the podium has a rhythm and material texture that is looks to be consistent with the overall street wall along Brookline Ave, next to the Residence Inn Hotel, as well as the existing 20 Overland building on Overland Street. So the podium height and material and rhythm is really to evoke that contextual nature of the neighborhood. Above that, the tower then sets back from the street wall, and we've broken up the design and the overall massing into a few wall types to break down that massing in a great collaboration with BPDA staff over the last year, as Eddie mentioned. And then the next slide, you're down now at street level looking at the corner of Overland and Brookline Ave. You see the public plaza, pocket park area. You see the enhanced sidewalks, retail below, and the overall expression of the podium base and tower above. And then the next slide is along Brookline Ave. This is the overall entrance to the lab office portion of the project program. To the right would then be the retail at the ground floor, and then the enhanced greening of the landscape in the public realm, and additional seating and enhanced sidewalk along Brookline Ave. And then the last slide, you mentioned some of the public benefits, Eddie, in your opener. I think here, Will Ashton was going to just speak to some additional public benefits and support for the project.
Thanks, Chris. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So like we said, we've took the initiative on this STEM jobs training program that also that the public space on the first floor will be used as a training lab for half of that space, about 1,200 square feet. The other half will be dedicated to the Fenway Community Center as a public community space. And both of those areas, both the build out, the rent, the utilities, maintenance, all that will be provided for by IQHQ. In addition to that, funding to Operation Peace, Friends of Ramler Park, and the transportation benefits that we hit on earlier, including the $5 per square foot, which is $1.25 million towards both the transportation study and the initial improvements from the results of that transportation study. And just wanted to say thank you to all of our community partners that we've been working with over the last couple months, which includes a lot of these folks here, the Fenway CDC, Just to Start, Fenway Community Center, Operation Peace, Fenway Civic, Dana-Farber, Berkshire Bank. Hope I didn't forget anyone, but it was a really great process, and we think we have a great package of benefits here. Thank you.
That's concludes the presentation, Eddie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As this is a public hearing, before we go to board questions, we will take questions from the public. So Secretary Polhemus.
Sure. John Buxton, you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Terrific. The residents of Fenway have been driven from their apartments and home ownership by the development that has gone on in the Fenway. This is another place where our request to have one, an elementary school in Fenway, which is long overdue, two, a child care center, which is important for people who live in the area and can also work in the area, so that we have less traffic coming to Brookline Ave. And third, we have not asked for more community center. We have a relatively large community center. It is perfectly located, and it has an opportunity to expand its programs. What we need as mitigation for this is community housing, a community daycare, and community public school. Please read the letter submitted by Tim Horn. I am a member of the Fenway Civic Association board, and Tim is the president of the Fenway Civic Association. We have asked for other community mitigation instead of a second community center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mallory Warrig, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am the director at Operations East, which is one of the organizations that was listed as receiving community benefit. And I just wanted to speak to the positive nature of IQHQ, the intent of their team to really reach out in the neighborhood and meet the needs of the neighborhood and meet the community members where they're at. We really look forward to working with them more in the future and to have them in the Fenway. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimus, Director Golden, Gary Walker, Electrical Workers, Local 103, I'd like to speak in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing hundreds of members from the Carpenters Union that live and work across the city of Boston. First, I want to thank the BPDA for conducting a thorough review, also kudos to the developer on their community outreach. And finally, I want to thank the City of Boston Mayor Wolf for allowing the community to be part of the process. Carpenters Union would like to go on record in strong support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Sandeep, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Golden, members of the board, Madam Chair. I want to state my objection to the project due to a variety of different concerns. Skylight obstruction. I'm a resident of Minor Street, very close to probably the most proximate residential owner to this build. I don't feel like IQHQ has necessarily listened to our concerns about skylight obstruction, noise, traffic, the location of the loading dock being on Burlington Ave, which is an otherwise quiet street, which could be used, activated for other purposes other than the loading dock, and instead have that loading dock entrance on the other side. And as Mr. Buxton had said, lack of daycare, elder care, athletic programming, etc. I just don't feel like this project serves the needs of my community and my neighbors. But furthermore, I do have concerns about the use of this building and the housing of BSL level 3 pathogens in the building. The concern is that Fenway is a densely populated area, lots of transient commuters and entertainment goers and all kinds of great people traffic, and that could, if there is any sort of an outbreak or a biohazard leak, that could cause a lot of problems. Moreover, these buildings have volatile organic chemicals, heavy metals, radioisotopes, all which need to be understood and how they're disposed of. And I fear that IQHQ is just building something without having the requisite checks and balances in place. Thank you.
Thank you. David Reed, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much. David Reed, I'm Vice President at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. I'm also the head of the Longwood Cyclist Group. And we support this project very much. We feel like they've done a good job. We're putting in bike lanes, both in front of the building on Overland Street. But overall, more importantly, we need more laboratory space in the Longwood area. We are 2 years ago, one of our investigators won the Nobel Prize, as people know. Immunotherapy, which is used for cancer treatment, was developed on Brookline Ave, and we are bursting out of our labs, and we can't hire many more research faculty. So we support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Cordenbrock, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Robert Cordenbrock, and I'm the Executive Director of Fenway Community Center. And I also served on the CAC for this project. While FCC doesn't formally advocate for or against BPDA projects, should this project be approved, the proposed office space and community space that FCC would be able to utilize would be incredibly valuable for our organization that was established through the mitigation of community benefits by the BPDA about 6 years ago. While we have a beautiful space in the Viridian at 1282 Boylston Street, one thing that wasn't built into that space as the only community center serving the neighborhood is an office space. So as the executive director, in order for me to meet with potential funders or partners, I'm meeting in the middle of a community center space where there are other visitors coming and going, which adds to the uniqueness of what we do, but having private office space would be really important for the long-term viability of the community center space. And as an aside, Will Ashton and the IQHQ team, as Mallory Ward already stated, have been really fantastic in terms of their outreach and consistency and communication with the CAC, but also specifically with Fenway Community Center throughout this process. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Pam Beal, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Pam Beal, and I am a member of the 109 Brookline Avenue CAC, and I am here this evening to speak in support of this project. From the beginning, the IQHQ team has worked with the community to plan for a wonderful new building that, when completed, will provide state-of-the-art lab and office space. The Kenmore Fenway area needs quality year-round jobs and economic development in order to ensure that our business district remain vital. Those of us in this business community feel very lucky to have collaborative developers like John Rosenthal and his IQHQ partners, as they have shown their commitment to working with all of us to bring important life science and research jobs to our community. Accordingly, I strongly support this project, and I also would like to end by thanking Eddie Carmody for a really wonderful public process. Thorough, complete, and long in duration, but a very good job done. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin O'Riordan, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, excuse me. My name is Marty O'Riordan. I was on the CAC, and I also want to compliment IQHQ in all of the openness they have provided for this. I am in support of this project, and I'm going to second PM on complimenting Eddie's efforts on this. He did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Riordan. Would anyone else like to testify on this project? Counselor, you can unmute yourself.
Great. Thank you so much, Teresa, and Madam Chair and members of the board. I wanted to comment on this project as well and express my support. Just a little bit of context. Eddie already mentioned it, but transportation is like an enormous issue in this neck of the woods in the Fenway, and especially as we see further development, we're really trying to figure out how to solve the neighborhood's transportation challenges at a sort of systems level. And so one of the things that both I and the CAC have been emphasizing to proponents is that, you know, just people fixing the sidewalks around their building skirt and, you know, laying bike lanes in the road again that they're abutting sort of, it's necessary but not sufficient. And so when you all saw the landmark proposal back in October, they had committed an extra $5 per square foot to a major neighborhood transportation project. In that case, it was connecting the multi-use path underneath the bridge, which is a huge need for neighborhood transportation. And similarly here, this $1.25 million that the proponent's committing, it's going to enable us to really look at the Brookline Ave corridor from Kenmore Square, like up to like all, you know, along and up to the project site. So not just in front of the project, and both for the transportation department to do that serious study work, but then also to come out with actual actionable things that need to be executed, and for there to still be money in this fund to start executing on those things. And I just think that Brookline Ave, it's becoming such a key corridor. We need that kind of commitment, and so it means a lot to me that the proponent was willing to do that. And at the same time, they're also doing things at a smaller cost level, but things like improving the multi-use path behind their property, again, a key connection for us for walkers and cyclists. And as David Reed referenced, doing things related to bicycle facilities and then sidewalk facilities around their property. I also just wanted to flag for the board that, you know, the lab workforce development pipeline is a huge issue for me, and I know it's something that the BPDA and the administration's also really focused on. And you know, my ask to all of these developers has been be with us at the table for how we figure out a coordinated city strategy for actually providing equitable pathways into these jobs, and be a partner in, you know, like, let's really guarantee jobs. Let's actually make sure that this is real, because if it's not, then even though this is another cornerstone for Boston's economy, it also runs the very real risk of driving income inequality in the city. And so I appreciate the fact that IQHQ has expressed their willingness to be a strong partner on that, and that the first step that they're taking is this space, sort of this teaching lab space in the building for the Just to Start program to run lab training. And I just want to stress that because one of the things that we've heard is that a lack of real state-of-the-art lab training space is really limiting these programs citywide, and so having that commitment is important. They've also committed to me that that's going to be space that, you know, is designed in a way that's state-of-the-art, and that they're able to continue improving to stay state-of-the-art, because we don't want in 10 years for our folks to be being trained on old, outdated technology. And the fact that they're, you know, committing to support the continuing, like, you know, maintenance and operation costs of that space, that's a real number that adds up over time. And in general, I haven't been supporting project by project them kind of like coming up with a bespoke program, because I do think that this hub program driven by the city and sort of a kind of macro regional partnership is going to be the way to go, and I'm glad BPDA folks are working on that. I made a bit of an exception here because Just to Start is a sort of tried and true program that's one of the models that people are looking at for expansion, that's operating right now across the river in Cambridge, and that IQHQ is already working with. So it does feel like a expansion of something that we know works, as opposed to just kind of an idea of something that might work. And then I will just say, I think that the office space for the FCC, it is needed. It's needed for the organization to reach sort of the next level. The space that we have over on Boylston Street is very valued by the community, but it always has community programs running in it, and so it's a hard place to have a meeting or plan anything logistically. And I think also this space over here will also provide some like smaller kind of conference room type space that community groups can use. And as we see more growth on the Brookline Ave corridor, having some space there to complement the Boylston Street space is, I think, valuable to the neighborhood. So yeah, I just wanted to flag those things. And in terms of public space investment, also sort of there was a lot of dialogue with the community, and I think a much better end product around the sort of public pocket park space that they're providing. And then the support for Rambler Park, which is a major oasis, is really important, and for Operation Peace. So, and just in general, thinking about the ground floor, Fenway is a very dense, as you know, place with a lot of folks, and I'm going to continue to be focused on what's the experience after 5 p.m., what's the experience of the person on the ground level. Like, we don't want lab towers that are just rising to the sky and sort of uninviting at the ground level. So I really do appreciate the partnership from the proponent on this one. And I will just say, you know, I have heard from the community this concern about the question of Biolab 3. I think folks are not so concerned about levels 1 and 2, and level 4, you know, the lab that BU has, there's one in the city. It's something that would require special permitting to even build, and we're not talking about that here. You know, I do pride myself on the fact that that so much important work to cure the world's diseases happens in my district in Longwood and beyond. And through this process, I've learned a lot about what the sort of regulatory apparatus at the federal and state level looks like, and feel pretty comfortable that that's quite robust. And also that the license holders who tend to get that type of space are mainly our major institutional actors who have huge incentives to make sure that they are doing things safely. But I do want to flag that that is, I think, an ongoing community concern, and certainly something that we all have to pay attention to and make sure that there's no lack of vigilance on. But for all those reasons, thanks. Sorry, I know I go way on beyond my 2 minutes, but I am grateful to Eddie as well for his work on this and all the CAC members, and just wanted to express my support for the project. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. John Rosenthal, would you unmute yourself?
Hi there. Great to see you all. It's been a long time. As a community-oriented developer, I frankly could not have dreamt of finding a better partner in IQHQ. If you don't know, they really were the founders of the life science development business. They founded Alexandria originally and then Biomed Realty. I mean, there's nobody better experienced, familiar, and frankly responsible with regard to life science development. And as we go forward, I mean, through the pandemic, life is very different for all of us in all kinds of ways, not the least of which office development is going to change dramatically. We've already seen people not going back to office buildings. They're going to change. But lab space, you know, requires people to come to work, and therefore will continue to support businesses, and in particular businesses in Kenmore Square that have really suffered with the lack of people coming to work during the day. Also, the Longwood medical area has been a leader in the nation. You have to get to number 6 on the top 10 list of National Institute of Health grant recipients to leave the 216-acre land LMA for the entire country. I mean, diseases have been cured here, pandemics and vaccines have been created here, and it's our competitive advantage going forward compared to almost every other city in the country that is suffering with you know, economic development in the downtown areas. So the combination of they're amazing human beings, they're incredibly generous at IQHQ, and they're improving the public realm dramatically, creating jobs and a gold LEED certified building. You know, I'm just very proud to call them my partners. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Barry Keaty, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here tonight. I'm a business agent for the Plumbers Local 12, and I just, you know, I'll be brief. I know time is of the essence, but we fully support this project. These are good developers with good jobs for the community who, quite honestly, not only care about developing the city in the right way, but they actually are committed to the Boston plan and getting residents, people of color, and females to work, and we fully support this project. Without exception, every member of Local 12 who is a sitting resident supports this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keaty. Vin Coyle, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, Vinny Coyle, business agent with the Ironworkers of Local 7. Following Barry's lead, we wholeheartedly, the membership of Local 7, support this project. It's a great project for the community, and looking forward to the things to come. Thank you.
Justin Desmond, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Justin Desmond.
I'm with District Council 35, Painters and Allied Trades, who represent the City of Boston painters, drywall finishers, and glass and glazers. And we're on the call tonight to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to testify on this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I'm sorry, we need to see if Eddie has any comments to
Oh,
read into the
sorry.
record.
Yes, do we have anything to read into the record?
Thank you. We have 2 letters to read, so I will start with the first one, and I'm going to attempt to read quickly to try to get through as much of it as possible. So the first one is from Dolores Boudanian, and it reads as follows. Dear Chairperson Rojas and members of the board, I write to urge the board to put off approval of the IQHQ building proposal at 109 Brookline Avenue and 20 Overland Street. There are a number of reasons for this, all of which are important. I am a member of the Brookline Avenue CAC, tasked to review the 109 Brookline Avenue project, as well as phase 3 of the Fenway Center project, now approved, and the Fenway Development project still under review. My concerns are as follows. This is another project approved as a planned development area because the city has failed to conduct a comprehensive plan for the Fenway-Kenmore area that is undergoing rapid development. As these big projects are rapidly approved by the city, we will at leisure suffer from this unplanned development. Number 2, this project is one of several that will add millions of square feet of biomedical and laboratory research space in Fenway, yet the city has conducted no analysis or data collection or developed any sort of public policy about the high concentration of laboratory use in a small, congested, and densely populated area and the possible impact on public health and safety. Number 3, the developers of these biomedical and laboratory research buildings insist that they are safe because the use is highly regulated. This is specious. Accidents happen and regulations do not prevent accidents or misjudgments or misunderstandings or mistakes of any kind. The possible consequences of an error in a highly congested urban and densely populated area are significant, and the fact that the city has not discussed or addressed this fact is a very good cause for concern. Number 4, another cause for concern is that it is unclear what office in city government has responsibility or the ability to monitor and enforce the regulations. Who will inspect the labs and research facilities to ensure compliance and therefore the public's safety? Who in city government will know and understand the type of experiments being conducted and their safety implications for the local population? Who will monitor the transportation of the hazardous materials often used in medical research, such as toxic and radioactive materials, heavy metals, and organic and inorganic compounds around the city? And I will stop there. The second letter that we have is coming from Sandeep Karnik, who spoke earlier, and it reads as follows. Dear Director Golden, Ms. Ashling Kerr, Mr. Edward Carmody, esteemed Fenway neighbors, Audubon Circle Neighborhood Association, and City of Boston officials. I have been a resident of Fenway as a condominium owner at Audubon Park Condominiums at 16 Minor Street for more than a decade now. I am very proud to call Fenway my community. I have been honored to serve as a member of the board of the Audubon Circle Neighborhood Association. I'm writing to you in response to the project notification form submitted by the proponent 109 Brookline LLC. I live in the most proximate owner-occupied residential property to the proposed building structure at 109 Brookline Avenue. The residential condominium owning community at 16 Minor Street should have available to it an analysis and evaluation that covers the scope of the project impacts, yet this assessment is missing in much of the P&F report. Throughout this report, the lack of attention to the effects and impacts of the project will have on the most immediate residential property owners at 16 Minor leaves much to be desired. Furthermore, I would like to amplify the community's disappointment and concern that the city has been reviewing and approving projects on a one-by-one basis and as separate planned development areas, or PDAs, instead of in the context of a true planning matrix against which to test and evaluate individual projects. The lack of comprehensive planning for one of the fastest growing areas of the city that is already dense and heavily populated with people and cars is untenable and cannot lead to a good result. For example, massive increase in trash pickup, deliveries, traffic, Uber, etc. In Fenway, we are on the verge of becoming dense with lab, office, and research space, which in terms of a use should be balanced with other amenities of value to area residents, For example, high quality schools, fitness areas, dog runs, parks, libraries, gardens, swimming pools, daycare, etc. Over the years of living in my building, I have an everyday awareness of how people, pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles interact and behave within this area in both positive and adverse ways. This firsthand situational awareness informs the proposed, and I will stop there. Those are the 2 letters that we had to read into the public testimony.
Thank you. Now, are there any questions or comments from the board?
I had one, if I remember correctly. The development team has put aside 1,200 square feet for STEM education, and I'm curious as to whether that's enough for what some of the need is, and doesn't that in fact fulfill some of the need that's been expressed by residents for educational resources? Hello, 1,200 square feet?
Hi there, this is Will Ashton from IQHQ. We have set aside 1,200 square feet, and we came to that amount with a lot of input from Justice Start, who has a pretty broad experience in this category. I can't speak to the community members' comments, but that's how we came up with that amount.
It seems a little small in relation to the opportunity, but perhaps the next phase of a larger planning process can begin to look at ways of engaging all of the incredible research resources that exist in that area in a way that makes much of that resource available to young people in Boston so that they can get into these fields.
And yes, we absolutely agree. We're looking at a long-term across all of our projects in the city, and partnering with both Justice Start and some of the local community colleges that have programs like this as well. So this is not just a one and done.
Additional questions or comments from the board? Oh.
Hi, this is David Surratt. I'm the Senior Vice President of Development for IQHQ, and I just wanted to piggyback a little bit on what my colleague Will Ashton indicated. We are excited about the space, and we're happy to expand the space as needed and as things develop with the training. We're working closely with Justice Start over in Cambridge, and we're donating and helping create a separate building for their lab training. We'll also have had meetings, have been in communication with Bunker Hill, and we're going to work with them to bring their lab training facility up to current standards and make it more flexible, so it's very useful. We're also dealing with Brighton High right now, talking to the headmaster about putting a lab space in there. I know a lot of you probably realize back Brighton High was known for training, automotive training, and people came out of there and got great jobs. So we're working with Brighton High to get a lab training program in there. And we're excited to work with these programs and help with the training of these mid-level jobs. A lot of us come in, the developers come in, we get some great construction jobs. You heard from the trade folks and we do that and those jobs come and they go. But what we're trying to do is get the neighborhood and some of the younger folks in the community to get mid-level jobs, so they're not just going into the construction and leaving or going into facilities or janitorial, but they're getting into that mid-level where we're part of the team, part of handling the chemicals, part of making sure that the places, they're trained right, how to handle it, and it's a safe environment for them, and they're great jobs and lead them to more successful careers. So we're all about it, and we're hoping that if there's additional space that's needed, we certainly can help provide that and work with it as we go. We have other buildings in the area and obviously other facilities that can accommodate more training. and working closely with Kenzie and the rest of the community to help. So thank you. Thanks for hearing me.
Yeah, thank you. You know, as a university professor myself, I know the extent to which the industry, which has really exploded in very positive ways within our region, has brought a lot of talent and opportunity into Boston. And I think that we need to continue to think about and expand the way those opportunities reach Boston residents and all of the other folks in the city who we would like to see employed in these fields.
Additional questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, can I say something really brief on this?
Oh, sure.
Just to note that to Mr. Landmark's point that I'm not sure if it was mentioned in the presentation, but the group has also agreed to work with the Fenway CDC on specifically, they have a walk to work program that focuses on exactly like how do you actually reach the Boston residents to get them involved in these programs. So I just wanted to emphasize that, you know, if folks don't always realize that we have significant low-income housing in the Fenway still, and the Fenway CDC is very focused on that. You tend to hear from them more here on the housing side, but the job workforce side is important too, and I know that that's a piece of the puzzle that's coming together here. But I just want to say that I don't disagree that we're going to need larger scale lab training space devoted to a serious regional hub approach on this that really moves the needle. And I think raising the point is worthwhile, and that it's going to need to be part of the city's strategy on this to make sure that the square footage is sufficiently ample across the board.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the second public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80D of Boston Zoning Code to consider the Boston University Medical Campus Institutional Master Plan. This hearing was duly advertised on December 28th, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on the proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At this time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Carmody will now begin the presentation.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you tonight is the Boston University Medical Campus Institutional Master Plan for the next 10 years. This IMP covers the university's campus that is concentrated in the South End neighborhood and includes the School of Medicine, the Henry M. Goldman School of Dental Medicine, and the School of Public Health. The IMP does not include any new projects, but it provides an update on recent development, existing properties, operations, and uses, as well as community benefits. The only large project identified within the IMP, Albany Fellows, was originally approved in a January 2010 amendment to the IMP and subsequently carried forward in the 2010 through 2020 IMP. A portion of the site was developed, and the proposed IMP incorporates further build out of that approved site as an anticipated future project. While no changes are proposed in this master plan, the university has undertaken a comprehensive review process to update neighbors in the South End on the university's operations and goals for this campus specifically, as well as ongoing public benefits and programs. The university's commitment to outreach has been demonstrated over the past year of review. With that said, I'm now happy to turn it over to Paul Rinaldi from Boston University, and he'll walk through the presentation. Thank you.
Here we are. Thanks, Eddie. I'm Paul Rinaldi, Assistant Vice President for Campus Planning at Boston University, and I'm joined tonight with Shamel Idiokitis, who's the Outreach and Program Director at Boston University. Thank you for your time, and we're pleased to present the Institutional Master Plan for BUMC. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as Eddie indicated, the campus profile includes the School of Medicine, the School of Dental Medicine, and School of Public Health. The properties you see in yellow are distributed across about 7 acres, and 3,500 students working with about 3,300 faculty and staff are involved in instruction, are involved in research, and clinical programs, particularly at the School of Dental Medicine. Next, please. A different view of the distribution of our space. And I want to call attention to those in red and pink are part of the institutional master plan. The space identified in gray is the Biosquare PDA. So zoning for that is handled by that PDA. Next slide, please. So for the last 20 years, 2 institutional master plans have guided the development for both Boston University and the Boston Medical Center in this area. As each institution was looking to do the new master plan, we suggested to the BPDA that both the institutions and the community would be better served if the institutions separated their institutional master plans. Gives us the better opportunity to discuss, to present what we intend to do, and the better opportunity for us to listen independently. It had a hiccup certainly because of the COVID close downs, but here we are tonight to present the institutional master plan for our medical campus. Next, please. Through 2 amendments to the institutional master plans over the last 20 years, we developed a graduate housing facility with about 208 student units as part of our Albany Fellows development. The total development allows on 1.7 acres, allows for 400,000 square feet, and this was just one portion of it. It is the only project, it is the only program that we will continue to show as a proposed institutional development. The other amendment was for expansion and renovation of our graduate student, of our dental School of Dental Medicine. It was completed only in October, and it provided for much more space for our operatories that are part of our clinical programs to the community. Next, please. So you see in the left-hand side, outlined in yellow, a illustration that shows the Albany Fellows site, and just highlighting that would be the only proposed institutional project we see for the next 10 years. Next. So as part of Boston University, the faculty, staff, and students have access to and are part of the programs associated with a very successful transportation demand management program. It's specialized, it's got special features for the medical campus. but across the university on its 3 campuses, we have a shuttle that connects us. There are opportunities for subsidized T-passes and station parking, bike commuter reimbursements. The university is quite proud of its climate action plan that was approved by the Board of Trustees in 2017. The target is net zero greenhouse gases in 2040. We set that 10 years before the city's target date so that we can be part of the solution that brings the city into achieving its goals. Our projects LEED Gold, both Albany Fellows and the dental school. Just over a year now, the university has been getting its electrical power from a carbon exchange project or program, delivering 205,000 megawatt hours through 91 windmills in South Dakota. And for that effort, we've received the 2021 EPA Green Power Leadership Award. Next slide, please. The number at the bottom, $90 million, shows the total cash payments made by the university to the city for that period of time. Just want to call attention to the linkage payment shown here is the total amount due as a result of dental and the development on Commonwealth Avenue for our data science program there. It's the total amount due. And now I'd like to turn this over to Shamel so that he can touch upon other community benefits to the city. Shamel?
Thank you, Paul. Can everyone hear me? Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Rojas, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be with you all this evening. My name is Shamel Idiokitis. I'm the Outreach and Program Director for the BU Medical Campus. I'll just briefly speak about a few of our many community benefits, mainly our signature programs that the university is extremely proud of. This is not good. This slide here just gives you an overview of our flagship community programs, which some of you may be familiar with, It's the Menino Scholarship Program, which is the longest running and largest scholarship of its kind. It's been around since 1973 and awards 25 full-time scholarships to BPS high school grads every year. In 2009, our current president, Bob Brown, created the Community Service Scholarship Program, which allows for any BPS grad admitted to BU to have their full financial need met without loan, which is huge. This was also expanded to transfer students in 2017. So between those two programs alone, we've committed over $250 million to about 2,500 BPS students. We expect those numbers to keep rising in the future, and we'll continue to stay committed to meeting the demand each year. The last program on this slide is the City of Boston Scholars Program. It's the program through our Met College, where we give full tuition graduate program scholarships to City of Boston employees. So to this date, close to 500 employees have already received over $9 million in scholarship money from BU. Next slide. This slide talks about our Smart Smiles program, which is one of the programs that we're really proud of out of our dental school. Smart Smiles started in 2004, and it provides oral health education and preventive dental services, including screenings and dental exams for children in 30 BPS elementary schools. So our dental school students and professors also participate in school-sponsored events like open houses and health fairs, etc. So as you see in the last bullet, 2019 alone, we had over 230 of our dental school faculty and students provide educational programs to about 4,000 BPS students and dental services to over 13,000 as well. So definitely one of our most impressive programs on the medical campus. Next slide. This slide here is just talking about the support we have for the homeless and recovery communities. I know we're all aware about the work that's happening over on Mass and Cass in the New Market area. BU is just continuing to support the city, support the community and other partners in the area any way that we can. We supported Project Place for a number of years with their cleanup and beautification efforts. We continue to support the Engagement Center over on Southampton Street as well through donations, holiday breakfasts, dental screenings with our dental school. We do a whole host of things over at the Engagement Center. So we look forward to continuing that. And we just signed on to be a part of the newly formed New Market bid. So we're definitely excited to be a part of the future growth in the area. Thank you for your time once again, and I'll send it back to Paul.
Thank you. So this identifies the path to get us here tonight. We'll go through the details, but it includes the meetings with our task force and public meetings several times throughout the process. Next slide. 208 beds is the Albany Fellows Development for Graduate Student Housing. 10,000 employees is university-wide. The campus is served by 4 bus lines. And again, that 205,000 kilowatt hours is being developed as sustainable and renewable power through our wind turbines in South Dakota. Next. And thank you very much for your time. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you. As this is a public hearing, we will now take comments.
Okay, Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, once again, Gary Walker, Local 103 IBEW, electrical workers. Even though there are no projects slated on this institutional master plan, I just want to say thank you to BU Medical Center, as well as the whole BU campus. I can't think of a time that we haven't had people working on these campuses, and I'm sure we will again in the future. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Barry Keaty, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. If there's a better partnership in the city of Boston than Boston University, I'd like to know who it is. You know, the members of Local 12 fully support this project, not the project, but the change of the master plan. As a member of the New Market Association that I belong to right up the street, we fully support, well, not the New Market, I can't speak for the group, but as a member of the group, I fully support the project, the change in the master plan. BU's, I think, one of the best partners in the city, and I'd encourage you to support the change. Thank you.
Thank you. Vin Coyle, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Vincent Coyle, business agent with the Ironworkers of Local 7. I'd like to thank Boston University for its partnership with the Ironworkers of Local 7. We approve, we're for the changes to the master plan moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Desmond, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to BU for that presentation. Justin Desmond with District Council 35, painters, drywall finishers, and glass and glazers in the city of Boston, and we're on to support the planning change as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Minor, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez with the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of union carpenters that live and work across the city of Boston, want to go on record of support of Boston University in the proposal.
Thank you. Mike Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Thanks, Melissa. Thank you, Chairman Rojas and the BPDA board. Madam Secretary, thank you for BU. And you know, echoing the sentiments of some of my co-workers in front of me, we absolutely appreciate the partnership with BU and the city of Boston, putting you know, a lot of our city residents to work and bona fide apprenticeship programs and giving them good careers. I just want to go on record. Again, Michael Burns, the Sheet Metal Workers, Local 17. We are in full support of the planning change. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak for this project? Anybody else like to raise their hand? Mike D, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening. Thanks to everyone that put the meeting together. I represent the ironworkers, men and women of Boston. I speak in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Would anyone else like to testify? Hold on. Anybody? Last opportunity. Madam Chair, I believe this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Thank you. Mr. Carmody, do we have any written testimony that needs to be read?
We do not.
Great. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I have one comment, and that is that I was involved when I worked in City Hall with the merger, basically, of Boston City Hospital and the BU Medical Center. And there's absolutely no question but that BU provides exceptional service to the city and does it very well. I can't help but think of that in the context of the many meetings this board has had where we have approved projects. We just approved another that involves research into the development of solutions that are addressing some major public health issues and crises, both in the city and globally. And I guess my wish would be that there would be a bit more ambition expressed in this next 10-year plan. I think BU's Medical Center is extremely well positioned to take advantage of all the research that's going on in terms of biotech, in terms of addressing a number of issues. And I would have liked to have seen more in terms of plans for the next few years that would leverage all of the research that's going on in this city and see it in application as a part of the work that the BU Medical Center already does so well. So I would ask that as you reconverge with the other medical institutions in your immediate area to talk about future service, that you would look at that future service in relation to the other things that are going on in the city around medical research, and figure out how, given where you're located and who you've been serving so well for so long, that we would see, in fact, more in the way of the kind of development on the medical campus that we've seen along Comm Ave and in the main campus.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Or Dr. Lansmark, did you want a response to that or just a comment? Okay. Additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Thanks, Eddie.
Okay, we have the final public hearing of tonight. So this will have simultaneous Chinese interpretation is being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Cantonese and Mandarin. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. Thank you. To enable interpretation for Cantonese and Mandarin, please click the globe icon on the bottom of your screen, and by selecting Mandarin for Mandarin and Cantonese for Cantonese. You must mute any original audio. So now I'd like to ask Anna and Terry if you would interpret the instructions I just gave.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Anna. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，下午好，我係 Anna， 我係你今天晚上嘅廣東話同聲翻譯員。歡迎來到波士頓規劃發展局嘅董事會會議。我哋會提供同聲傳譯，一陣間你見到個地球嘅時候，揀 Cantonese 粵語，咁就會成功進入咗廣東話嘅翻譯頻道。如果你用手機嘅話咧，麻煩你點嗰3個點，再揀更多，再揀 Cantonese。咁亦都會成功進入咗廣東話嘅同聲翻譯頻道嘅咯喎，唔該晒你，多謝晒，一陣間見。Your turn, Terry.
Thank you, Anna. Hi, everyone. My name is Terry. I'll be your Mandarin interpreter. 大家好，我叫 Terry， 我会是你们的国语翻译哈。待会在屏幕下方呢，你就会看到一个地球仪的图标，选择地球仪的图标，然后呢，再选择 Mandarin， 就是普通话，就可以进入到了国语的频道。如果您是用手机或者是平板电脑上的话呢，可以选择屏幕下方的3个点，然后再选择更多，也可以进入到国语的频道。好，谢谢大家，待会见。Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ahmad, would you now turn the interpretation function on? And we're just going to wait a little bit to allow folks to join the interpretation channel. So you'll see the globe icon has appeared at the bottom of the screen. Okay, if you're having any difficulty activating the interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of that phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties later in the meeting, you can call that number. In addition, this project presentation has been translated into Mandarin and Cantonese and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA board, BPDA-board/board-meetings. And it's right there on the screen. Please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. Okay. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with sections 80A-2, 80B-5, and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code. To consider the proposed First Amendment to the development plan for Plan Development Area Number 96 Government Center Garage Project, filed by the HYM Investment Group, LLC, on behalf of Bullfinch Unit A Owner, LLC, and Bullfinch East Parcel Owner, LLC, and to consider the proposed Bullfinch Crossing East Parcel Project as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on December 28, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the East Parcel project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Nick Carter will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary. We're here before you this evening to discuss the proposed Plan Development Area Amendment and Notice of Project Change for Phase 3 of the previously approved Government Center Garage project. Both the PDA amendment and the NPC are exclusively for the portion of the project to the east of Merrimack Street, referred to as the east parcel of the project, and do not present changes for either Phase 1, the now constructed residential building, or Phase 2, the now under construction office building. The Notice of Project Change was filed with the BPDA in July of 2021, and public meetings were held in July and September, and the comment period concluded in September. The project was also reviewed by the Boston Civic Design Committee, which granted its approval at the December monthly meeting. In addition, HYM has done extensive outreach to the public in the area of the project. Phase 3 of the project, which was approved by this board in 2013 in the Development Project Impact Report for the larger overall project, originally consisted of 3 buildings, with a mix of hotel, office, and retail use, as well as key improvements to the MBTA busway and public realm. As a result of the ongoing pandemic and changes in the market, HYM proposes a change from the original 3 buildings with a mix of use to 1 building with cultural, retail, and lab space. The proposed changes reflect not only the boom the Boston life science industry is currently experiencing, but also the result of an extensive review process with BPDA staff, BCDC, the MBTA, and the public. The current proposal brings more retail spaces, cultural space, improved open space with a connection to the Rose Kennedy Greenway, an improved busway, and importantly, an elimination of the wall between the West End and the rest of the city. Additionally, the lab is being designed for biosafety level works 1 and 2 as dictated by the PDA amendment. The proposed project will also be highly sustainable, targeting a LEED Platinum certification and a carbon emissions intensity of 5.9 kilograms of CO2 emitted per square foot per year. I will now turn to Tom O'Brien to walk you through the proposal. After the public testimony, I have several letters to read. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Thank you very much, Chair Rojas and members of the board. It's an honor to be back before you this evening to present this project. My name again is Thomas O'Brien, and I'm with the HYM Investment Group, and joined here by a number of different members of our team, but I will be the principal presenter today. Next slide, please, Mr. Carter. So this is a site that I think is well known to all of you. We're just steps from City Hall. This is the Boston, the Government Center Garage. So we're right in the midst of downtown Boston. The garage historically has been one of the ugliest buildings in downtown Boston, as I think we all know. And really, this business that we're after of changing this site fundamentally, removing the blight of this garage, opening up this entrance along Congress Street to the North Station area, and adding hundreds of units of housing, as well as thousands of opportunities for permanent jobs, is really an amazing honor for all of us to work on. We're right at a key moment, and tonight's presentation will sort of in part update you for all the work that we've done on the project so far, but also talk about what we're planning on the east parcel as well, as Mr. Carter pointed out. On this slide, I would just focus the picture on the right-hand side. If I could just point out, these are 2 really key pieces that I just want to make sure I point out. The first are the 2 buildings, one of which has been completed on the left. That's the residential tower, which we call the Sudbury. And then on the right is the office building, which is currently underway. That office building will be completed in 2023. That will be the new headquarters for the State Street Bank Corporation. But for tonight's purposes, you can see in the foreground in that picture that the garage that we all have known and perhaps sometimes love is we're under attack, I guess, trying to demolish that garage as quickly as we can. You'll note that the buses have been relocated in this picture. So we relocated the buses to the Parcel 7 garage, and we've begun the demolition of the garage, although it's slow going, as I'll note. If you could go to the next slide, Nick. You can see the demolition that's underway. This, for our team, is easily the most complicated thing that we've undertaken. Many of you have known our work for a long, long time, and we've undertaken some hard projects in the past. This, by far, is the most complicated thing that we've ever done. You can see that the garage itself is sort of precarious in the way that it was built, and these are very heavy concrete members. And so as we seek to demolish the garage, we've already begun the process, as I said, of relocating the buses, but also working to try and keep the head house open at Haymarket Station. The one thing that's been really clear to us is the MBTA, which has undergone a number of different leadership changes in the last 5 to 10 years or so. I think we're on our fifth general manager at the MBTA since about 6 years ago. The MBTA has indicated to us that they do not want a new building built over the tunnel. So once we demolish this garage, which partially is over the Haymarket Tunnel, they do not want a new building over the tunnel. And so we've worked this year in consultation with the BPDA staff, as well as with the community, to change what had been planned for the East Parcel. That's the primary focus of tonight's presentation. Next slide, Mr. Carter, please. Here's what was originally approved. So this is the PDA that was completed in 2013. Again, just to point out, the building in the upper left-hand corner is the Sudbury. That's the residential building completed and now fully occupied, with the exception of a few condos left to sell on the top of that building. The office building, 1 Congress, as I said, is underway and will be completed in 2023. And then we'll demolish the garage. I'll show you that in 1 second. On the east parcel, the parcel that's on the lower kind of right-hand side of the screen, there are 3 buildings that were permitted and envisioned on the slide. The key building that was kind of focused on this is an office building kind of at the pointed portion of that yellow box. That office building was to be built over the tunnel and would house the new bus station as well there. And that's what we've been working with to change the outline here. And quite frankly, I think while there was a bit of a crisis a year or so ago as we sought to kind of adjust to what the MBTA was looking to do with us, we think we've produced a much better solution. And together with BPDA staff, the community, and the MBTA, we produced a much better solution for this parcel. Next slide, Mr. Carter, please. This always were guided by the Greenway planning guidelines. The guidelines have a number of different bullet points associated with them, including activation at the ground plane and creating an opportunity for people to have great access to the Greenway. And as you'll see in these subsequent slides, we think we've really done a great job at meeting those guidelines. Next slide, Mr. Carter. So here's what we're about. This just gives you a quick outline of what we're doing. That crane you can see is currently on site, has been now for a number of months. It's a huge crane. We think it's the largest mobile crane in North America. And that crane will be working over the next probably 10 to 12 months or so, removing the individual timbers. Once we've removed the portion of the garage that's over the tunnel, you can see in this screen, the tunnel portion is the red outline that's at the bottom of the East Parcel Plaza here. Once we remove the portion of the garage from that, then we can move more aggressively. I will tell you that beginning in approximately the end of the summer of this year, 2022, and into the fall of this year, we will be working over Congress Street, and we'll close Congress Street. So please plan your travel accordingly. We will temporarily close Congress Street at this portion of it and reroute traffic around the site. Again, a complicated project. Next slide, Mr. Carter. So you'll see.
I'm sorry. Can you speak a little bit more slowly for our interpreters? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, everybody. I'm trying to pay attention to the time frame. Sorry. So this slide just shows you, here's where we are with the completed demolition of the garage. This obviously is a really big celebratory moment for all of us to remove the blight of this garage, remove it from Congress Street, and open up this corridor. Finally, this meets the vision that I think many of us have long held, to open up this corridor from downtown to the North Station area and be able to take advantage of all of the good work that's been happening in North Station. Next slide, please. So as we thought about the response to the MBTA's admonition that we remove the building from the garage, I'm sorry, from the tunnel, we thought about the design language of the building. And this is a slide that sort of shows you what we've been trying to do here, which is to create a building that could work and is functional in the interior, but certainly would be a statement, an equally appropriate architectural statement on the site. We've been really proud of the architectural work that we've produced so far. So the architecture of the Sudbury building, the residential building, as well as the architecture which is now revealing itself on the One Congress office building, we're really proud. These are distinctive buildings on the Boston skyline. They're very different than perhaps some of the kind of ordinary, more rectangular buildings that were produced many decades ago in Boston. And so we're really proud of the design, and we wanted this building to be equal to that standard. Next slide, please, Mr. Carter. So we're trying to show you on these next slides kind of a comparison of why we believe this is a better solution even than what was originally approved. So this is the PDA plan as was approved in 2013. On the right is that building that kind of encroaches on the greenway. It was thought of as a good idea at the time, in part to create a covering over the bus station, and then a relatively narrow canyon that would exist between EPB2, which simply stands for East Parcel Building 2, and EPB1, East Parcel Building 1. That canyon would be sort of the connection that would connect to Canal Street. If you go to the next slide, Nick, please. As you can see, the building, pulling the building back completely opens the pathway from the greenway. As folks know, the greenway comes to an abrupt halt in the kind of the foreground of this slide at the end of the North End Parks, and offering this opportunity and changing that connection offers a much better connection to Canal Street and a much better continuation of the greenway out to North Station. Next slide, please, Nick. And this gives you another perspective on that. Again, this is the plan as was approved in 2013 with East Parcel Building 2 in the foreground. Next slide, Nick. This is the building as we're proposing, again, pulling back extensively from the greenway and offering a much better connection from the greenway to North Station. Next slide, please. So we also have worked very carefully with the community to reduce the height of the building over time, over the course of our process here. So when we began this process, we began with a building that was 215 feet in height. Through July into today, we've reduced that height down to a building that is 179 feet. Again, in keeping with what has been a really robust community process, which we're really, again, very proud of. Next slide, please, Nick. So this shows you kind of from perspective of coming out of City Hall and, you know, just in front of that intersection at North Washington Street, in front of City Hall by the Holocaust Memorial, and looking back toward the building. We're really, again, excited about the architecture, and this shows, again, the reduction in height. All right, Nick, please, next slide. This also shows, as Mr. Carter said in his introduction, the reduction of the FAR into one building from the three allows us to produce a more generous public realm and, quite frankly, a better public realm, one that is more subject to sunlight during the course of the day, and an opportunity to make, as I said, a much better connection from the Greenway to North Station. Next slide, Nick. So this just shows you, this is a slide that I think really provides a really good explanation of what we're doing here. We have a few more like this. So again, we're pulling all of the FAR into one building, which is on the left-hand side of this parcel. You can see too that we've created on the first floor an opening, a completely public opening within the building between the lobby of the building, which is in sort of light blue, and a civic space that would be kind of in the purplish or violet color at the bottom of that screen. Creates an opportunity for us to do something really wonderful with that civic space. If I could just point out, as I think the members know very well, this whole corridor is really sort of becoming, kind of coming into its own with the near completion of the hotel that's being built just south of this parcel, and the retail with that hotel, which is kind of on the northern edge of that hotel. The public market, which is, you know, as we come through COVID, is starting to reopen now on a regular basis, and really hopefully will be enlivened again. And then connecting all of that from the Greenway across our parcel to Canal Street and connecting over to North Station, which, you know, the folks who have been redeveloping that North Station corridor, with whom we have a deep amount of respect, that has really worked out very well. And so really making this a district that is well connected across our site is a key piece here. So we're really excited about how we're opening this up and producing what we think is a much better solution. If I could also just on this slide point out the new bus station. So we will build a brand new bus station for this station. This is one of the oldest stations in the MBTA system. As folks who take the T through this station know well, as do we, the station itself is in need of improvement, and certainly at the surface level, it will be our job to build this new bus station at a cost of multiple tens of millions of dollars, which we will build. And we're excited to do that and excited to make that contribution here. Nick, next slide, please. This just shows you another angle of that same piece. If I could just describe the connection here that we're meaning to illustrate is the connection from Congress Street through that open public area, past the cultural and civic space, toward the buses, perhaps with people wanting to make a connection to either that side of North Washington Street or back over toward Canal Street. Again, this is following a desire line that we think will be a relatively new desire line when the garage is gone. This has not been something that people have thought about walking, but it's a path that I think people would want to walk. And we'll obviously populate this path with retail all along the edges as well, together with what we hope will be a really active and interesting cultural space that will mark kind of the history of the site, the importance of commerce on this site, and the connectivity again between the Greenway and North Station. Next slide, Nick. So this shows you another angle of that same piece, again, pulling back away from the Greenway. As you can imagine, this will be a very public plaza and very active as well. Go ahead, Nick, next slide, please. Got a few more to get through. This just shows you different angles of that same plaza. Again, that civic space is a 2-story height space, can open up with the garage doors, as you can see in that upper right-hand photo. Give us a chance to make this a very public, interesting space. Go ahead, Nick, next slide, please. And then this just shows you a different angle, again, coming from Canal Street for the most part here and walking across in that upper right-hand piece. Next slide, please. Along this edge, we worked carefully with the community to enliven this edge of the site. Inside of these walls are the delivery mechanisms, which will be all located completely within the building. And this is an effort to create some retail here, which we really think can be successful on this edge of Congress Street. Go ahead, Nick, next slide, please. And then this is showing you from the other angle of Congress Street. So now you're coming down Sudbury Street here, at the base of Sudbury Street, walking across Congress Street and walking through that public space into the bus station, or perhaps making a left and going down Canal Street. Go ahead, Nick. And this is a close-up of that space. Again, we're excited. We've signed an MOU with the BPDA, with a variety of with all of the different neighborhood groups, West End Civic, Beacon Hill Civic, Mass Historic, and other folks to enliven that space and create a great process to do that. Next slide, please, Nick. I think we're near the end. I think that's it. Thank you, members of the board, for your time. I really appreciate the opportunity. Sorry, I was moving at too fast a clip at the beginning.
And thank you. So we'll now begin the public testimony portion of this item.
Okay. Chris Cook, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Chris Cook. I'm the Executive Director of the Rose Kennedy Greenway Conservancy. I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board for the opportunity to testify tonight. I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank the folks at the Boston Planning and Development Agency who have been working tirelessly throughout this entire pandemic, well beyond their own jobs. So thank you to everyone who staffs the BPDA on a daily basis. I want to thank HYM, especially with the design refinement on the improved open space, the stronger connections between the West End and the North End. Oftentimes when we talk about the Rose Kennedy Greenway Conservancy and the park that we help manage, we talk about the asset that connects the North End to Chinatown. But sometimes we lose sight of the fact that the West End is an incredibly important neighborhood in our city and has a great legacy. And so I think this project has been incredibly cognizant of working with that neighborhood and providing those connections and better connecting that neighborhood back to the original intent of the park itself. The design refinement has been very, very successful and responsive. Throughout the process, HYM has been responsive to the parks and to people's needs. We look forward to programming, being a partner in the public realm as well as the civic spaces. So thank you very much for the opportunity opportunity, and we look forward to partnering with HYM moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Vaughn, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jimmy Vaughn. I am business agent with the Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 12. Mr. O'Brien's presentation was very extensive. The HYM company, the team that they work with, is a top-notch organization that produces some of the best developments in the area, and the men and women of Plumbers Local 12 are in favor of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tom Austin, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, this is Elaine Weston, and I heard in the presentation that the new building was currently designed for biosafety level 1 and 2, and I just want to hear from somebody, how could you modify that to upgrade to biosafety level 3 and 4, which is a more stringent requirement, for safety and stuff. So at previous presentations, I had heard that you can't do that, but I bet you can. I just want to hear what you would have to do the air supply in the building to do that, and other safety systems in the building.
May I respond to that, Madam Chair? Is that?
Actually, we'll go ahead and take the rest of the testimony, and then we'll take that question afterwards.
It shouldn't be offline, though.
No, not offline. We have to get through the public hearing portion or the testimony, and then
this should be in the public testimony, though, because
we'll provide a response. This is how we'll provide a response after we finish the public testimony. It's not a back and forth asking question. Thank you.
Whatever.
Thank you. Chris Mahar, you can unmute yourself.
Did you hear that?
Hello. Teresa, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Thank you, members of the board. Thanks, Tom O'Brien, for a great presentation. My name's Chris Mahar. I'm with Delaware North, the TD Garden, and the Hub on Causeway. And I'm a longtime member of the Downtown North Association, been a board member since 1995 at DNA. And, this is a terrific project for all the same reasons Chris Cook talked about, the connectivities and the pedestrian realm. It's fantastic. And, certainly as developer of the Hub on Causeway project, along with our partners, Boston Properties, this is just a terrific opportunity to connect us directly to the city. And the architecture, I think, is phenomenal. So we certainly support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Adam Castiglione, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, members of the board. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Tom, for the presentation. Thank you, everybody. Tom, I know we can't ask you a direct question right now, but I'd like to, if you could answer at the end. The bus waiting area looks pretty insufficient for the elements. I know right now that bus area is completely covered. It's definitely not warm, but from what I saw, that I know you're putting tens of $millions into the bus terminal, and that's great, and the MBTA, but the design doesn't indicate that to me. Looks like everybody's going to stand there and get rained on and get snowed on. So my advice to you and HYM is please improve that public realm, because it looks even worse than it is now. I would urge the board actually not to approve this if that doesn't get approved and doesn't get addressed now. I'd also like to know about the biosafety change as well. And I'd also like to point out that this is not, it's technically in the Greenway. It's not really on the Greenway, because in front of this building is the on-ramp to the highway. So yes, it is continuing the Greenway, but it doesn't really face the Greenway. So I would like an answer on the bus waiting area. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, Adam. Brian Doherty, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Secretary Plimus, members of the board. I just want to say a huge thank you to the entire BPDA staff. You do an incredible job for our city, not only in a thoughtful but in a collaborative way, making sure that everyone in the city has a chance to take part in this democratic process. So you do it night and day, and you do it in every neighborhood, and we just want to say on behalf of the building trades. My name is Brian Doherty. I work with the building trade unions here in Boston, represent tens of thousands of Boston residents and construction standards in the area. As you know, on behalf of organized labor, we are committed to standards that help our neighborhoods. And the team at HYM has committed to those standards in partnership to make sure that these careers that are building these projects and the careers that are coming after are only having a positive benefit for our neighborhoods, and we thank them for that. The building trade unions, I want to thank Tom O'Brien, John Hurley, Russ, the whole HYM team, because they've shown day in and day out that they'll come to any meeting, answer any questions, take the feedback, incorporate it into the plan and make it a better project. We've seen that all over the city, and especially on this really game-changing, dynamic project that's changing our skyline. And I would be remiss if I didn't say, as we're changing this skyline, what that project represents for us. It's fair wages, it's healthcare benefits for families, it's retirement benefits, it's access to the best training programs in the country for workers in our city. And we can't do that without partnership. So we just want to say thank you, huge thank you to the BPDA for making these projects happen, and a huge thank you to partners like HYM for committing to the standards that help our city and help our communities. Thanks so much. Appreciate your time. We're here in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Martha McGuire, you can unmute yourself. Martha, go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay. Yep, there you go. Martha, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, sorry. My name is Martha McGuire. I'm a Western resident and a member of the IAG for the project. I'd like to thank the BPDA for giving me this opportunity, Nick Carter for always being helpful whenever we have questions, and of course Tom O'Brien and his team for always being willing to come answer questions, come to meetings, and trying to adapt the project to the neighborhood requirements. And I think he has done a wonderful job, and I'd just like to show my support for the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, once again, Gary Walker, Electrical Workers Local 103. To say we have a great relationship with HYM and Tom O'Brien would be an understatement at best, and we are in strong support of this project. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gary. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. Madam Secretary, I want to thank the BPDA for conducting a good thorough review, as well as the developer, Tom O'Brien and his team, for a great community outreach. As always, they go above and beyond to accommodate the community and work with the community. I also want to thank the Office of Mayor Michelle Wolf for allowing the community to be part of the process. Madam Secretary, tonight, my Executive Secretary Treasurer, my boss, Joseph Byrne, planned to be here, but unfortunately he's experienced technical difficulties. But he is in strong support, and the entire membership of the Carpenters Union, all our members that have been working throughout the city of Boston, we're in full support of this project in HYM. As always, a great friend of labor, and we look forward to continuing working with them. Thanks.
Thank you, Minor. Mike Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening again, everybody. Chairwoman Rojas, Madam Secretary, and the BPDA board, and special thanks to Mr. O'Brien, HYM, to echo some of my partners in the trades. We appreciate your continued partnership with the Boston Building Trades. For the record, my name is Michael Burns. I'm a council representative for the sheet metal workers, men and women that work in Boston, Cambridge, and Metropolitan every day. And I'd like to go on record to fully support the change and fully support this project. Appreciate the partnership again with HYM. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike D, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening. I'd like to express my thanks to the BPDA, to Tom O'Brien, HYM, Mr. Michael Doucette,
I'm a business agent for the Iron Workers Local 7, representing many men and women throughout the city of Boston. Been a great collaboration between HYM and the building trades, building careers, providing health care, retirement plans. I am in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Sorry, I think I just spoke.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Justin Desmond, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, HYM, for the presentation, and thank you also for being a partner in the community. I would like to also thank the BPDA board for the opportunity to speak as well. My name is Justin Desmond. I'm with District Council 35, representing Boston painters, drywall finishers, and glass and glazers. And we're on tonight in strong support of this excellent project. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Jay Walsh, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Jay Walsh on behalf of the Downtown North Association. I want to take this opportunity to voice our support for the Notice of Project Change and thank HYM for their work throughout this project. Since the inception of this project through the first couple of phases, they've been a phenomenal steward of the project, and their process around the Notice of Project Change has been no different. They met with our organization on multiple occasions and have gone to great lengths to address the concerns and make appropriate changes, and for that we are very grateful. I also want to thank the BPDA for their role in getting as much input as possible and getting us where we are today, so thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Would anyone else like to testify, either in support or opposition? Please raise your virtual blue hand. Madam Chair, this concludes our public hearing portion of the meeting.
Okay, great, thank you. Before we go to the developer to address a few of those questions, do we have, Mr. Carter, any written testimony?
Yes, I have 3 letters. Thank you.
Okay.
The first is from Councillor Ed Flynn. Dear members of the BPDA board, I am writing in support of the Bullfinch Crossing East Parcel Project, the 3rd phase of the Bullfinch Crossing Project, presented as the first amendment to the development plan for planned development area number 96 before the board. The amended East Parcel project will replace the previously approved 3 building components of office, residential, hotel, and retail uses with a 410,000 square foot new single building of mainly life science and retail uses. Accompanying this will be a publicly accessible and landscaped open plaza with ground floor activation programs, including retail and art displays. It will also include a new and improved MBTA bus station, which will significantly improve the current location and will open up the connection between the Bullfinch Triangle and the Boston Public Market, as well as the Greenway and downtown area. The new East Parcel will be located above the MBTA Haymarket Orange and Green Line stations, encouraging more use of public transportation. There will also be an 850 space bicycle storage facility for tenants and employees on the West Parcel, which will also encourage environmentally friendly modes of transportation. The construction of the East Parcel will bring over 500 construction jobs and over 2,500 permanent jobs once the building is fully leased and occupied. I believe that this project will be a valuable addition to my district, and the proponent has conducted a thorough community process. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me at edflynn@boston.gov. Sincerely, Ed Flynn. The second letter this evening is from Representative Aaron Michaelwitz of the 3rd Suffolk District. I'm writing in support of the Notice of Project Change regarding the Government Center Garage redevelopment, which the HYM Investment Group recently submitted for review. The change consists of adding a 3rd phase of construction at the East Parcel building of this project. The proponent met with the community in September and received positive feedback for the change. Overall, the project has been through an extremely comprehensive public review process at both the city and state level, and the HYM team has been responsive to the needs and concerns of the communities throughout the process. If you have any further questions regarding my support for this project, please don't hesitate to reach out to my office. And the final piece of testimony for the evening is from a Mr. Victor Bronya. The board memorandum notes that certain uses will be changed to, quote, office, research laboratory, and retail uses, end quote, but fails to provide details about the type of research laboratory which is proposed. What is in fact proposed is a life sciences building to contain biotechnical laboratories experimenting with pathogens at biosafety levels 2 and 3. The most dangerous is biosafety level 4. There is none higher. The project is located at the juncture of 3 unique, historic, and heavily populated Boston neighborhoods, namely Beacon Hill, the West End, and the North End. According to the current BPDA census data, the combined population of the 3 neighborhoods is in excess of 26,000 people. The developer describes it as a transit-oriented project due to its close proximity to subway and railroad lines. Therefore, to the population number must be added the number of daily commuters that might be carrying escaped pathogens outside the city, as well as the thousands of tourists and other visitors who contribute their presence to the neighborhoods at any one time, especially to the North End neighborhood on a summer weekend. Even without the addition of visitors, the North End has the highest population density of all Boston's neighborhoods. There is nothing in the board memorandum to indicate that the serious public health and safety issues have been addressed. Therefore, I ask the board to consider deferral of the vote it is being asked to take today until the Boston Public Health Commission and the applicable state agency with jurisdiction have weighed in on the public health risks and have issued written statements of their positions which can be incorporated into a later board memorandum. Thank you, Victor Bronya. And that concludes the public testimony.
Okay, thank you. Mr. O'Brien, if you would please kindly address the 2 issues that were raised, more additional detail on the biosafety levels that will be that are proposed for this site, and also the bus waiting area structures.
I'm happy to. Thank you, Chair Rojas. Thanks again for the opportunity to respond. So first of all, that final letter was incorrect. To just make sure that people understand, the vote that's before you, the PDA amendment that's before you, is requesting a level 1 and level 2 lab. That's all. Level 3 and level 4 are specifically prohibited and are not proposed at all in our PDA amendment. I have to tell you, it is clearly our intention to not do anything above a level 2. We're really only interested in level 1 and level 2 at this point. But again, just making sure that folks understand, if someone in the future wanted to think about a level 3, that is a prohibited item and would have to come back with a larger process around the amendment to the PDA. I think Ms. Austin also requested some thinking on, how to change the building. There would be extensive changes that would have to be made to the building in terms of HVAC systems and security and all those sorts of things. Nothing that we've contemplated, I have to say. If I could just point out on this issue, we actually had quite a few meetings with the neighborhood on this topic, in which we invited, we presented, but also too, we invited area experts to also present to the community as well. So we're more than happy to continue to do that work. Second topic on the buses, Adam asked that question. Our position, remember, is that we will build the bus station that the MBTA and the city instruct us to build. So what's presented on the slide is a result of over a year of process with MBTA staff, BPDA staff, members of the design community, the Boston Civic Design Commission, the neighborhood, a lot of different folks. A couple of quick things to just point out. One is the MBTA does not want anything heavy on the tunnels. So an extensive cover with heavy footings that would hold in place that cover on top of the tunnel is not something that the MBTA wants to have happen. In addition to that, members of the design community would like to see something that's more slender. And so on that slide, you'll note that each of the waiting areas is covered. So all of the areas are covered. What we're trying to do is create something that covers pedestrians and covers customers of the bus station but is lighter, both to satisfy the MBTA as well as to satisfy members of the design community. There will continue to be work, no doubt, I'm sure, with the MBTA staff, with BPDA staff, and with members of the design community to continue to refine that design. But again, we will build the bus station that the MBTA and BPDA and other city agencies, quite frankly, instruct us to build.
Madam Chair, if I could jump in here. Michael Chris from the Director of Development Review. And I just want to, on behalf of the BPDA, just acknowledge some of the points that were brought up. The developer is correct relative to the lab discussion. This is something that has come up throughout the city relative to the use and the level of lab, and hence why we did include it in the PDA. So level 1s and 2s are as high as we can go here. Any other level would require a PDA amendment in a full public process if we were to go that route, and I know it would require significant investment into the building to go to those other levels. And relative to the bus stop, we've been meeting with the new Chief of Streets, Yasha Franklin, who has expressed kind of some of those same concerns, and we will continue to Tom's point, to work with the developer, but also work with our partners at the MBTA. We fully acknowledge that this is a very important transit hub within the city, and we are going to continue to work with our partners in the state to make this an area that we can all be proud of, but also provides the proper shelter and appropriate shelter relative to making it successful. So we want to just note that that conversation is very much still ongoing, and we're committed to having that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Okay.
I'll just add that I think that this is really a very thoughtful, innovative, and community responsive change or set of changes architecturally from a planning point of view, and also in terms of the challenges of construction management that this team will be facing over the next few years. And I want to commend the team not only on showing creativity, but also on being responsive to a number of public and local community requests for changes.
Okay. Additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, so that concludes the public hearings and brings us to agenda item number 20, personnel.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, David Peer, Director of Human Resources. I have a couple items for you this evening. There was one appointment, Colin Donnelly, Public Records Specialist in the Executive Director Secretary's Office with an effective date of January 31st. And there was one departure, Renee Lefavre, effective in General Counsel's Office, effective January 7th. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Just want to say we're going to miss you, Renee. I know you're already had your last day, but I want to thank you for all your service to the agency and to this board. Okay, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 21, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that the BPDA pay its bills.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And finally, director's update. Director Golden, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the members. I first of all want to say, because he just disappeared from the screen, farewell to David Pia himself. David's been with us for a couple years, really spanning the COVID era, so he's performed his duties primarily remotely. But David is just a terrific professional. We're really going to miss him. In his 2 years here, he's had a high impact. We're grateful for his service. Really serious performance. We were fortunate to lure him away from the Boston Public Health Commission after he was there for many years. Would have loved to have him here with us longer. I mean that sincerely. It was a pleasure to work with, and he added tremendous value to all of the lives of all those who work here, especially during these tumultuous, complicated, remote work sometimes, office work sometimes, kind of an environment that we've been functioning. So thank you to David Pia, and good luck in the journey ahead. I just want to give you a real rapid fire summary of 2021, and I mean rapid. Last year, you approved 14.6 million square feet of development. That is an astounding number, once again, in the COVID era, when we're doing all this planning work and this property disposition work and Article 80 permitting remotely, both in the building, we're functioning, staff functions remotely in our virtual work environment, but we're also, of course, keeping up that effort in the neighborhoods in a really robust fashion, and that yielded 14.6 million square feet of development approved. Our high watermark in recent decades was the year before, 15.8 million square feet. So just a little bit behind there, still a very impressive number, and both of those impressive numbers coming during a period of remote work and remote community process. Really commendable. The 14.6 million square feet approved last year included 6,600 residential units, and 2,300 of those units were income restricted, deed restricted affordable. So out of 6,600 units, 2,300 made available at below market prices to the people of Boston. That's 35%. 35% of the units we approved last year were income restricted. An astounding number. Once again, we are the city with more income restricted affordable housing as a percentage of the whole than any other city in America, and we're keeping up a pace that ensures we will hold on to that notable accomplishment when it comes to affordable housing in Boston. The development projects approved last year will yield over 13,000 construction jobs and about 12,000 permanent jobs that are associated with those developments. So big gains, big economic gains for the people of Boston. Couple of words about staff. This is a really fun one. Our own Dana Whiteside, who was recently named by this board Deputy Chief of Staff of the organization after a long, rich history as getting major projects done here as a Deputy Director of the agency. Dana is now the Deputy Chief of Staff, but in his extracurricular personal activities, he's a really accomplished baritone singer. I think you all know that at this point. But Dana and his group, the Skylark Vocal Ensemble, have been nominated for a Grammy Award. Decision to be made a little later this year. They're nominated for a Grammy for Best Group and Best Album in Choral Performance. The album is called It's a Long Way. Just want to say congratulations, Dana, on the nomination. Whatever happens, we are such big fans of yours in all your endeavors. We're so proud of what you've accomplished. We're rooting for you, and boy, we really value you as a friend, a colleague, and we can't wait to see what happens here. Dana himself is a featured soloist on the album, so might be something worth listening to if you're so inclined, without a commercial endorsement here on the public proceeding. But that's exciting stuff. We're all thrilled. Census viewer. Our GIS team and our IT folks, a variety of staff, have created a My Census viewer tool by which people can understand what's going on in Boston from a census standpoint through technology. It was created by our staff, and it's now featured by the United States Census Bureau. You can find it linked in their app gallery on the U.S. Census website. It's sort of highlighted as an interesting means of understanding census data. So shout out to our staff who put that together. It's now getting national recognition through the U.S. Census. Very proud of that. Finally, tonight, you approved just over 1 million square feet of development. It's worth over $1.2 billion. 295 residential units approved tonight, 128 of them income restricted. That's over 40%. So tonight's residential units, over 40% income restricted, affordable, another important statistic. And really, we hear a lot about the need, not just for affordable housing, but for affordable senior housing in this city. And 2 of the projects approved tonight were affordable senior developments. So something worth paying special attention to as we think about how we kicked off the new year. So with that, thanks so much for your attention. Happy New Year, and look forward to seeing you next month. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Golden. With that, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move we adjourn the BPDA meeting.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you next
Bye,
month.
everybody. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.